Hey, truth speaker. Okay. Let's do one run to give people some time to get here. Who should we play? This can't go wrong with Vanessa.
Shh, take this. No, don't open it.
Shelter Shelby.
Definitely don't open it at night.
Shelter Shelby.
Some of these guys were in bad shape when I found them.
Toxic
now,
fish.
they're stronger than ever. Good luck out there, you two. Take care of each other. Oh, I miss that one. Who am I kidding? I miss all of them. I've got a good feeling about you. I know you'll treat them right.
It's not the Fang.
It's over already. We barely got to full sail, my boys.
I like the piranha.
Welcome to Gigamart. Can I help you find everything? If I can just sell 1,000
Hey, Roy.
more,
How's it going?
our owner might notice me. If you buy one more,
Okay, so we've got
I
no
might get
scaling.
promoted. No pressure, though.
Yeah, very no scaling. So this thing flies anyway, so I probably want to do that.
My
We'll get a lot of
fight
crit on
isn't with
Marlin.
you, but if you insist,
Excited for tomorrow?
you should know I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
A little bit. I don't know. Should be fun. I've been looking forward to tournament mode for a long time.
Like my crew says at the bar, another round.
Oh no. Character am I gonna play? Probably Vanessa?
It's just a box, okay? A box
Maybe Dooley?
is a
Not really sure.
box.
One of the two.
You see that travel agent? Tell her Farai's doing just fine. Why run? We are everywhere. Watch the sky.
I'm not sure how important
Watch
early
your
tempo is
back.
gonna be in the synchronous lobbies. Ooh,
Ride that tide.
that's pretty good.
Make deals, not
Testing anything
war.
early doesn't matter at all. Interesting.
I'm so glad we could share this experience today. You are enough, friend. But I'm glad you.
Yeah, I don't know how
bought
quick
this.
people are gonna be getting eliminated. Last man standings, you're gonna go late no matter what.
I may be young for a captain, but
Hmm.
I've seen my share of storms.
I should warn you, I'm not like other Jabarians.
Guess that's kind of interesting. There's no just like tempoing out of 10. Maybe early just doesn't matter at all. There's like tempo not really being a thing.
Now that was invigorating.
Close, close. So wait, is Prestige the same in tournament as it is in regular game? Yes. Oh, that's kind of weird. Okay. I thought there would be differences.
You're the only air breather I like. This belonged to a great sea king.
So like day one literally doesn't matter.
Probably. I hope you use that to defeat the Tyrant King.
Actually, yes, losing day one is almost beneficial. Okay, wait, why would it be beneficial? I can see how it doesn't matter at all. Is Deborah? But Prestige also doesn't matter. Like, Prestige is just a complete meme, no? At least if you're playing for first.
I'm sure you sailors know how to use that.
Stack Prestige at late to hit Fates last in case of bad RNG / matchup. Interesting. Maybe I'm just overestimating how much it'll come down to one person just having a much better board than everyone else. Like, I feel like especially the bigger the lobby is, the more likely it is that one person just has some unbeatable Exodia.
I have too much strength for one.
Because it's not like live either. Like, on live, when your tempo board wins out, you don't see what that board's gonna look like on day 15.
You fight.
But here, there's always gonna be time for those boards to develop.
Without honor.
But yeah, disruption's always good. I guess like being able to tech disruption for different
Now,
players
this
is cool.
Is how you win a war.
Yeah, like Hacksaw, Harpoon, both get a lot better for sure.
You say old. Our items have lived. They have stories.
The problem is going to be getting those things to activate into good boards. Hacksaw just kind of slow.
Come on in. Let's chat.
Just to murder you, kind of Exodia, not much you can do. Yeah, I just feel like every lobby is gonna come down to someone getting that, right? Maybe I'm overestimating the access to it, but I feel like in a big enough lobby. Like, if you've got a 10-person lobby, let's say, how often can Vanessas assemble, like, the crazy Exodias? If you expect it to be, like, 1 in 10 games, then someone's gonna get it most of the time. I want Pete. This Pete might be worse than just playing Chum. Go. So I don't know what the crit's even doing.
We're out to dethrone.
Yeah,
a
there's no
king,
shared item pool.
not to squabble with nobodies.
My people believe.
Just praying the turn even finishes. What, you're worried about, like, bugs and stuff?
Boring.
Oh, comparing hands. I mean,
Well, I'll admit.
I think in general,
That
shared
was
pools are
impressive.
kind of an overrated aspect of most of these auto battlers. I wouldn't worry too much about it.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it. Remember, diamonds come in small boxes.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing is just, like, being able to have iterated combats against boards and make modifications based on what opponents are doing. That's where most of the interaction comes from.
Bazaar's a crazy place, right?
I guess I'm a salooner.
So, how about this weather where... Oh,
How am I killing anything without Shadowed Cloak? This looks so stupid. Oh no. People use this to invite their friends, play together more than Sweat's having a sweatier format. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little of both. Like, I think a lot of people
Earned a lot of
really
extra
value
gold.
player interaction in games like this, rather than just feeling like you're playing a single-player game. And async often does just feel like you're playing a single-player game.
Rally, men! Blades to the wind!
There's a pretty big experience difference in playing an async game versus playing a lobby game.
When you're ready, I'll send you to Orlin. But I'll keep you as long as I can.
Damage? Nope.
They're right behind me, okay? Just take it. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. My hero and whatnot.
I'll play it on often after the stream. If it's good, I plan on running like weekly tournaments or something. That's what I would do for Gwent.
Go ahead. Underestimate me. It makes this.
I think we
more
did a bunch of
fun.
viewer lobbies
When we
and
are finished, may I dissect you
Storybook
for
Brawl
study?
too. The player base might have been just so small that we just queued up. And every day was viewer battle day. Yeah, personally, I've been saying for a while that one of the big things this game was lacking was a synchronous mode. You feel like there's a lot of items in the game that are
The lesson
kind of
you
designed
learned
around it
today,
too.
I
Ow.
learned a century ago.
Like, there's a bunch of stuff that just doesn't make much sense when you don't have
Look,
iterated combats with
it's hot
players.
merchandise.
Like, stuff like Hacksaw is a good example of that.
Gorgons won't connect it to
Where you don't really want to put it in play unless you know what your opponents are doing.
I would never debase my wares by haggling. Ugh. Shall I gift wrap it for you?
I don't really want to play Illusory.
They aren't your weapons of war, but they'll help you if you help them.
It sure is a pufferfish. I'm pretty sure it was plus 10 healing. Not that it mattered much either way.
Here's their favorite food, and they love scratches behind it. Oh, okay, Shelby. Let them go.
Activating faster doesn't even matter.
When it's the right one, you'll know. They'll choose you. If you get in a fight, they'll want to help. Just try to keep them safe.
So if I were to do this... Three seconds, this activates. I get a haste here, a haste here. Just this? Just not play the piranhas? Did I just not play the puffer and have Shark Ray be the thing? What if puffer is just bait now that I have Shark Ray? Oh.
Let's take a tyrant's whole kingdom!
Trash Town is the future.
Oh, Mushroom's hilarious. Yeah. It still has the problem of just like so many Mac boards just can't play Foul Mushroom, but
Outrageous! I'm an elected official.
I guess if you're in one of those boards that just normally wouldn't want to play it on ladder, but you know it wrecks your opponent.
Sale, no sale. I want what's right for you. See that mountain? That's Pole. He might have...
Gigamart, we have everything. You came all the way here. Might as well stock up.
So I have no defense other than the slows from the saloon.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Oh, I'd rather feed you than fight you.
Gavel is stronger. I could see that.
Oops. Sometimes I lose track of all these arms.
But yeah, definitely all the like techie items that are normally worse because you don't know what your opponent's doing get a lot better.
My battle days are over, but my
The
weapons
least hateable
are
strategies, probably the ones where you just kill your opponent immediately.
I hope you live long enough to reconsider.
The faster your clock, the less window there is to interact.
We made progress today. I'm proud of you.
Yeah, but even then, it has to be like a Memento Mori board that also has a quick clock, right? Because it's not like you win when you Memento Mori. You still need to counter hit to end the fight.
See that plank? Walk.
Or you're just gonna die when your invulnerability ends. Oh my.
You've just taken the first step toward good taste. I think that suits you beautifully. I know you've seen me around. I've just been, lying low, you know?
I guess I'll take the Isla. Hey, Ladrian.
Thanks, buddy. You're really saving my fur here. You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Are you sure? Have you noticed? I'm
Potions
huge.
and samplers, which is the freeze with invul according to opponent. Yeah, I could see that. Okay, dodge the crit, but die anyway.
You can
Okay,
learn
nice,
a
nice.
lot from losing.
Ride that tide!
I am not a warrior. I am just a man who has lived a long time. I have seen such talent once before, and it bloomed into Adira.
Do you have to leave already?
I don't know if I should be surprised by that.
If I don't have what you need, I'll help you find who does. Hey, that's okay. It's been nice talking to you.
I'm from Frost Street, man.
Given how abused the word simplify was in the last couple of patch notes, I would in fact hope that they stopped using the word.
Some days, I wish I was still just a bird.
Is event for eternity. No, they're keeping it for
Seagate
a week.
is a fine place.
Just like they
Silver,
said in the announcement.
gold, diamond. It all comes down to confidence.
Cast aside your destruments!
Or do you mean they're keeping the package's event, like Farai as the node, is going to be in the game forever, but it's not going to be as common forever.
Need to throw some things overboard.
I kind of hate this at silver, but
Use that for the good of all. I can feel our energies resonating.
I think I'm doing speeds up the saloon. I don't know. I think this is better. I don't think there's much point in playing Narwhal and getting a faster puffer activation.
I may be young for a
Feel
captain,
convinced there's no
but
fight
I've
Puffer
seen
can't
my share of
lose.
storms.
Yeah, but I
Want to
mean,
get lunch after this?
our board without Puffer is also kind of bad. I think this one kills faster.
Was it a faulty differential spring?
Remember when Steam Hose was good? I remember. Good times. Good times. This item used to be so scary. What happened?
Now this is how you win a war!
I would spar with you, but
Did I?
this leg.
I think I just went to Isla instead of Farai. I'm a monkey. I'm actually a monkey.
Use it well. Make me proud.
Could the jellyfish be next to Saloon? Could be. Steam Hose change, or did we? Steam Hose got better. It just got worse relative to everything else.
Neither wealthy nor wise, huh?
Space burn, certainly decision. Is already unplayable without the scaling. They like doing that a lot. I don't know.
Waste of gunpowder.
I don't really get it.
Rally, men! Blades to the wind!
This is probably better. If I had the instant start, I would probably just Toxic.
I have seen realms you cannot comprehend. But this a gift from the Empyrean. Well, I guess you did pay for it.
We're out to dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobodies.
Come with no weapons?
Your aura guiding
Well,
me to what
I'm a
you
salooner.
It's just a box, okay? A box is a box.
I don't want Curio. Might want
You'll
Curio.
get this where it needs to go. It'll be worth your trouble. Trust me.
Space is my canvas, and now you can see it like I see it. Glorious.
Yeah, that's way more haste than we need.
I'm so fast, I'm living in your future. No, I won't tell you what happens.
I mean, we just don't need that when we've got shield and chat.
Let's take a tyrant's whole kingdom!
The tyrant can keep the 10 C's. Gotta admit, you got a Corsair spirit.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of
Eater.
storms.
Why fight when we can feast? Whew, I feel a little overdone.
Yeah.
They're right behind me, okay? Just take it.
Seeing that Scimitar does more poison
I
than
got
this in 2
everything you
seconds.
need. It's just a matter of finding it.
I mean... Scimitar's base poison is a lot higher.
Warms my rusty circuits to see that find a home. Well, you're doing your part to clean up the bazaar. That's been sitting there 20 years, waiting for you. Trash is tragedy. Reuse everything. Hooey! Now that's a bargain. That's been sitting there 20 years, waiting for you.
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff. That's okay. It was nice to see you.
His Scimitar isn't nerfed in the patch notes. I'd have to see the... we'll look at the patch notes after this run.
The Outlander way is truth. Someday you will see.
Full sail, my boys!
Like, Scimitar was crazy when holsters was more accessible. I think now it's just... it's good. Scimitar is just one of those items that they buffed when they removed holsters from the game, or nerfed holsters, and then just never undid the buff when reintroducing holsters.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All about moderation.
Cyberside is kind of the same way.
You leave it behind, someone else finds it. It all works.
Yeah, but it's a lot to get that together.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
After I break all your stuff, I'd be happy.
Like solving Blunderbuss Magma Core ammo. enough scaling that it actually kills, even with the scimitar, isn't totally free. Oh yeah, and you gotta solve crit.
Toughen up, Stell. This is the real world.
Yeah, like, it's one of Vanessa's highest ceiling boards. Probably her highest ceiling board. But at the same time, I think I run into more blunderbuss boards that don't work than blunderbuss boards that work. There's a reason that I'm almost never playing the board.
Punish the...
Like, I'm actually not sure that I've put a blunderbuss in play this patch.
You're not ready to accept the light. And that's...
I'm finished with fighting. But I can help you finish a fight.
Speaking of blunderbuss.
All my weapons have been tested in battle. Have you?
Got assault focus? Oh, I did. Anyway. The puffer's still looping, it doesn't matter.
Was that even a battle? Maybe a skirmish. Ride that tide! The work is never done. It can always... The fire softens before it strengthens. Remember that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not hard to get the Magma Core plus the Blunderbuss. It's just that it's hard to get Blunderbore plus Magma Core plus the other stuff you need. Like, when I'm playing boards like that, I'm usually just... If I'm doing ammo crit stuff, it's usually just throwing knives, rather than getting a start with Blunderbuss. I just accept my 2-second start instead of 0-second start.
All animals are beautiful. Do I have more critters? Does the forest have trees? If you're not ready, don't force it. You'll know when you are.
Reuse, recycle, relax. Warms my rusty circuits to see that find a home. Trash is tragedy. Reuse everything.
Yeah, as long as I can find ammo for it. It's usually on my weapon boards.
Well, you're doing your part to clean up the bazaar.
Go ahead. Underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
I've been tracking you across the Outlands.
I mean, I don't know if I'd say that it's broken.
Strong.
It's very good.
Fairly fought, fairly won.
No, fight again.
Well, I mean, it depends what we're talking about. Like, some of the boards are a little silly, and if they were easier to set up, they'd be a huge problem. It doesn't necessarily mean that, like, use this as a problem. Like, I think every issue that Vanessa has with some of her builds being too good are just, like, there's a couple of skills that are absurd.
Discounts for peace.
Like, solving crit without an inexorable is not trivial. Solving damage without Iron Sharpens Iron is not trivial. Or Loaded Fury. Like, they're just a couple of really busted skills that single-handedly solve a problem. Yeah, like, the Vanessa games you get inexorable versus the Vanessa games where you don't are completely different. Because these boards don't even need full crit. If you just have 30% crit on your whole board, you can play these boards fine. Circles back. Yeah, yeah. Poor sharpen corners. Poor slow and steady. Yeah. Like, it can be done, but it's not as simple. And oftentimes you want to be playing inexorable with those things.
Now this is how you win a war.
Hey, dude.
I've been watching your progress. At last, here you are.
Is it bad that I think this works? Is this nonsense? I'm clicking it. This might be a throw, but it's so funny.
Until tomorrow, that is.
Swim away then. Or,
Life is risk. Will you take it? The bazaar is more than a city. It is their plaything.
My fight isn't with you, but if you insist.
Building Crescendo and the other one. Two are not bad. So the problem with Building Crescendo and Hone Strike is they don't give you early crits. And all these boards care so much about crits early. Ow. Okay, well, red button's cheating. Parting shot's better than both of the... Yeah, they just all have the same problem of they don't give you your early crits.
Let me guide you through.
Like, a lot of the time fights come down to, like, do your first 2 shots crit. If yes, you win. If not, you die.
I have seen what you become. It's beautiful.
Three patch notes. Not yet. After this run.
Rally, men! Blades to the wind! I will not fail you, Father.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Shh. Take this. No time to explain. Thanks, buddy. You're really saving my fur here.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back. Every item finds its buyer. It's a relationship, you know?
For my client, it's personal. For us, it's a job.
Yeah. It's just, again, you want your crit skills to be giving you crit for those first activations, because those tend to be the most important ones.
It's so cold.
Not that the crit over time skills are bad. They're just nowhere near as good as stuff like Inexorable.
well, hello. Maybe you'd be more comfortable in the dunes.
I love this company. I love the the company's own. Is he?
Okay, surely this dually loses to Lethargy, right? What skills have I been getting? Kind of a bunch of trash. Oh, one of my items starts flying at start of combat because of Firestarter. Insane.
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
What is this? Oh god. My jelly! Anyway. Nice, Uzi.
Let's take a tyrant's whole kingdom!
Kev does good work. We keep temper, sharpen, feel the difference? That's some masculine craft.
Look, it's hot merchandise, okay? The Gorgons won't...
Reward the peaceful, punish the warful. I suppose you'll go buy a weapon instead.
I'll show you what's below. Take a deep breath. As below, soon above. You'll see.
Pull down, my boy!
Poison is a historically misunderstood art form. Not Mr. Wriggle, not old Wrigley. It's Professor Wriggle.
I don't think this ever does anything, but...
You say objective fact. I bet you could have sworn that was something else.
Cute. EXP do anything? Wasn't fishing for clockwork blades better? I thought I was 1 XP off from the level when I turned in the package. Was I not? I thought I leveled at start of day. Are you saying for the combat? I don't even know what I clicked for the PvE fight.
That's a fine piece. But it can be better. Tightened, tempered, oiled, and tuned.
Go ahead, underestimate me. It makes this more fun. I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Lethargy, go!
Bring her about! I've got another salvo in me.
There's something very funny about playing a charge loot board with Lethargy. It just fucking works. Ancient specimen. I mean, it's not bad. It's pretty fast. Day 14. Yeah, I mean, it's a 3-second poison item. It triggers primordial. It's not hard to imagine. They just don't have anything better to play. They don't have any other poisons, too, so it's like a unique trigger on the buff ICD. Oh, it's getting them paralytic poison as well. Like, this is probably just great. I don't know. What else are you going to play as a small here?
could use you in the fight on Pelago.
Well, lethargy buffer wins again. I don't know how important this paralyzing rush was. I think we had plenty of hastes between Flying Fish, Jellyfish, Saloon, but this doubling up on Saloon hastes was something. Yeah, what do we get? 6, 12, 18 hastes every time Saloon activates. Not bad. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. Be back in like 2 minutes. When we get back, we'll, I guess we'll go over the patch notes. Hope you guys stick around. Okay. Okay, patch 16.0. The invasion begins.
We knew this day was coming. They tried diplomacy, then psychological warfare, but we resisted every assault. So now the invasion begins.
And the city.
Outraged by our independence, the Annexian municipality is coming in force.
All Annexian planets have thriving economies. We don't allow them not to.
Oh, and they won't stop until we're just another cubicle in their galactic office. We must defend ourselves, but having no formal government means no formal military. So, who will fight this war? You will. I will. It's time we revive the Barbarian Defense Corps.
The Bazaar's a real special place. We gotta protect it no matter what.
It's been years since we've called upon our volunteer army, and its veterans may have gotten a little rusty.
I didn't serve 10 years in the Outlands to take disrespect from you!
Oh, none intended, sir. But a new generation is ready to carry the torch.
The Defense Corps was hibernating a while, but those Anexians poked the bear.
It's time to dust off the armory and supply our volunteers with
Transport
whatever
your
they
stash
need
items
to
into
win.
loot items based on their tags.
Because the municipality seems to believe off the armory and supply our
Wait a second. Okay, it's a diamond event, so you can't plan for it. If you could plan for this, getting a bunch of cinders is terrifying. But you're never gonna see this, right? It's the same rarity as Cult.
volunteers with whatever they need to win. Because the municipality seems to believe it already has.
Anexian social enforcement requires the removal of unproductive citizens. You understand.
But if they're expecting a humble marketplace filled with helpless merchants, oh, they are in for a big surprise. For the Bazaar is home to some of the fiercest warriors in the galaxy.
Yeah, the Stark
Powerful
combat stuff is gonna be
heroes
there.
like
The Proboscis, obviously. But the pool is huge, right?
Let's show these heartless rule makers how a world of rule breakers fights back.
Our billionaires depend on your productivity. Are you going to let them starve?
We fight with wit and wisdom.
By sharing my power, I make you a more interesting enemy.
We fight with love and joy.
See, Laurel? Mommy wins again!
And we fight with raw, destructive power.
The wealthy let you live in their world. And this is how you repay them?
Interesting drops. There's a lot of ways to get crit in a fight.
You must be a member of the Bazarian Defense Corps. How many members do they have, by the way? Anexian Municipality? Never heard of it.
We fight with clever strategy and the ultimate synergy. Barbarians.
Why is there a 4 XP fight on that
Municipality? Never heard of it.
We fight
I'm sorry.
with clever strategy.
Why is this here?
And the ultimate synergy. Barbarians working together.
Cyber Psy in a monster fight? XP also. Look at the board. I'm looking at the board and it looks terrifying. What? Not have good crit.
Bazarian Defense Corps!
This thing's gonna kill you pretty quick.
Bazarian Defense Corps! That's the thing we say, right?
Nah. Sticky Bean's gonna make his own way.
Yeah.
Just like he always has. wasn't easy getting my beans on that one.
2 other dragons. 1 second.
You never saw
Adjacent
me.
Items are dragons.
This never happened. Got it?
Sticky beans in the game before? I don't think so. Cool. Sticky beans replace the character merchants? I mean, I would hope so, but I don't think so. Pretty sure he's just another character merchant that you could run into that stops you from finding your on-hero stuff. Last items from a new hero. Is it? Oh, it doesn't even have a symbol here. Hmm. Yeah, that's weird. I guess Jerky was the same way, right? When Jerky got put in the game, it didn't have a symbol. Okay. Interesting stuff. Ranking rating changes. We're making several adjustments to the current ranking system with the following goals. To make it harder to achieve Legendary, decrease the time to climb to your expected rating once you reach Legendary, reduce the punishment for not hitting 10 wins at high rating values. Okay, Legendary players start at 800. Rating losses have been significantly reduced, more so at lower wins end. Reduce the ranking point changes for gold and diamond tier, requiring higher average wins to achieve the next tier. Huh. I don't fully know what this means. See the idea that losing badly once, costing you several tens, feels bad. Yeah, I'm curious what they changed to make this not just really inflationary. Pretty sure these rank changes don't do anything. These rank changes don't say anything. There's no math here. I don't think you can make any conclusions based on this. Right now, Diamond is 0 point for 5 win. Oh, yeah, I don't think this matters at all. I'm sure getting to Legendary is still going to be pretty easy if you play enough. Rank doesn't do much to begin with. I mean, some people care about grinding for rank. It matters for them. Economy changes. So the 5 income is sticking around. We're trying to shift some stuff around in the economy, so we are lowering the base income, but improving a variety of economy nodes. That's interesting. I think I like that. I do already tend to click on a lot of economy nodes. It does depend what the changes here are. I imagine we'll get into those later. Tournament mode testing. Tournament mode has arrived for public testing. As this is a testing environment, please be aware that there may be bugs, interruptions, and unannounced downtime and maintenance of this branch. In order to play in tournament mode, you must manually switch to the public test realm branch on Steam. Oh, wow. Here's how to do it. After the game updates, you'll need to create a new account. This account will only be usable on this branch and does not interact with a normal Bazaar account. If the game doesn't load, verify files. Tournament mode can be freely shared and streamed by all. Cool. Do you need to own the game on Steam for this? I think so. I think you have to have the game in your Steam library in order to opt into a PTR. It's funny because Whispers doesn't have a bot on Steam. I know that they had a way to do PTR stuff on the Tempo launcher. But this was a while ago. Season 16 updates. Apparently, we're all arsonists in Season 15. Interesting. Prize Pass updates. Sure. Chest editions. A few more skins. Cool. We got this fight that we saw in the video. Improve your items without a cooldown. Interesting. We saw this in the video. Farmer's Market, jewels only. Improve your food items. So that pool's also getting really diluted too, in addition to just like cult being hard to find. I guess a lot of these are single character events. Launch tower, stealth only, improve flying items. I don't think we saw this fight in the video. We just saw the character art. Robotics factory, improve techs. Salvage yard. This is really interesting, but it being diamond, meaning that you're never gonna see it, makes it a lot less interesting. But it probably has to be that way. Like, if burn boards had very easy access to cinders just by keeping random burn items on the bench, that would get out of hand very quickly. So the Curio. Oh, she's the Curio. I was looking at this like it was a fight. No, you're right. You're right. Yeah. I don't know what other... I wonder if there's a way to, like, get feathers out of this. If you have, like, Hourglass, does Hourglass turn into a insect wing or a feather? Getting more form-type stuff. Yeah, more form-type stuff, but at the same time, it's coming... Like, it's diluting the forms from the pool, right? I don't think it's making these events more common, it's just increasing the variety of them. We have a large stash. In the video, we saw it split into multiple loot items. So if you have, like, a large weapon, it'll turn into 3 sharpening stones. Are you often carrying like-type items and stashes to hedge? Rarely. Sometimes. Really depends. If you're playing, like, a matchbox board on Pig, you often have, like, a couple other burn items that you wouldn't mind turning into cinders. Thinking not really. Well, that's the issue with it being rare, right? Like, if this was more common, you would because of this event. But since you're only going to see it, what, 1 in 20 games, 30 games? It's a lot harder to plan for it. You can also liquidate your board. Yeah, exactly, exactly. It's based on tags mean. Like, if it's a burn item, you get cinders. If it's a weapon, you get sharpening stone. I imagine if it's both, it rolls. Sticky Beans, Gold Tier, Day 6+, sells items from other heroes. Sure. Did you miss patch notes reading? I don't know how to answer this. I don't know how to answer this question. Not XP loot. We don't know. This is what we know. We know it transforms items in your stash into loot items based on their tags, and then there's whatever's in the video. I think we just saw a bunch of sharpening stones. I don't know. I already feel like these off-hero vendors are way too common. I don't know how I feel about getting another one. They're usually diamond, right? So this one's even more common? Because, like, every game that I play Stell and I go, like, all of day 6 without seeing a Stell vendor, I just want to uninstall. Crit guy is gold. Oh, true, true. Yeah. At least Crit guy can sell you stuff from your hero. But yeah. Tatiana's gold too. Sure, sure. It's Antiquarian -1 hour. I think Sticky Beans is probably better than Antiquarian. Like, there's almost always going to be off-hero hits. It's just so much harder to hit in an off-hero shop than on a non-hero shop. Tomb of the Ancients, improve your relics. Sure. There's the full 10 slots. I think he does, yeah. I mean, it's the same issue as, like, the hero vendors. You also... I guess I'm not sure how much it costs to roll him. Did we see that? That is one of the issues with the off-hero vendors. Like, you see a full shop, but you almost never want to click the roll button because it costs so much to roll. Yeah, it does only cost 3 to roll. I guess that's big. You get to see 2 full screens. I don't know. It's probably better than I think it is, but I just have such bad experiences with these off-hero vendors. But maybe it's more fun to play with than I think. Gold tier, all days. Make a wish for random items. All days. Wait, so this is as common as Big Bite? Is that 3 base? You thought gold tier vendors were usually 6? I didn't think that roll cost had anything to do with the tier anymore. But I have no idea, to be honest. But yeah, I have no idea what this means, but might be a very good node early. Encounter changes. Free item encounters, right side options. These now have rarity and give items of that rarity. These will generally offer, on average, higher rarity than you can get from shops or other nodes on the same day. Ooh. I like that. So, right now in live, the right side options are the thing you click when the other options don't do anything, and you just want to get some value out of the hour. They're usually a really bad deal. Higher rarity than you can get from shops or other nodes on the same day. This is a big buff to, like, the Cinders node, right? So often I want to be clicking Cinders on day 2, but I wouldn't want to click it to get a Bronze Cinder. If I know what rarity I'm getting, I'm going to click on that way more. Apothecary, double costs 5 from 10. Sure. Borrow is only days 1 and 2. Strange? Huh. I don't know how I feel about that. I so rarely want to click this on day 1, just because I feel like day 1 you normally have enough gold if you just do, like, 2 shops and 2 non-shops. Huh. Big. He is a champion. Why is he silver tier? Now legendary. Yeah. Fair. Are they making him harder, too? I assume this means they're making him harder, too. You don't think you ever clicked borrow in your life? I click on it less than I should. You definitely should click on the node a good amount. It's one of the better econ nodes. It just feels kind of bad. Rarer? Is there actual rarity with encounters? I thought just like all of the slot 1 pools were equal weighted, slot 2 pools were equal weighted, and slot 3 pools were equal weighted, and it just gave you a random one. I thought rarity was just XP. And like how much gold you get from the fight, rather than an indicator of how rare a fight is to find. Yeah, because I feel like I see Lich as much as I see the other fights on that day. He was a 2-slot pool. Yeah, he was slot 2, now he's going to be slot 3. I don't know if there's more slot 3 fights to where he'll be rarer that way, but I don't think him being legendary necessarily makes him rarer. Just like intrinsically. You're playing Chrono Trigger for the first time recently and you're recognizing its music. Yeah. Cache of Riches. 5, 7, 10. From 3, 4, 5. So now Cache of Riches is better than the 4 gold nodes early on. That is going to take some getting used to. Huh. It's going to be so weird having right side nodes actually be a thing that matters. Fry back to gold tier. This returns Fry back to normal after the event. Corrected an issue where the options Fry spawns if you have a package appear in a random order. Oh. Yeah. So sometimes the take me to a vendor is on the left, sometimes it's on the right. This tripped me up. The first time I saw it. Like, I'm still mousing over them multiple times, both making sure that I'm not getting tooltip bugged when I mouse over it the first time. I just, like, alternate back and forth, because I do not recognize them by tooltips. If not for the tooltip bug, this wouldn't be so annoying. It's just... sometimes when you mouse over something, it shows you the other thing. Futura, upgrade items 1 tier. This is busted, right? This is just like the strongest death node by far now. I mean, it depends on your board, but Even just getting 1 gold to diamond is often going to make your board work. Futura saving gold. Yeah, exactly. Like, anytime you're stuck on a gold carry that really wants to get to diamond, Futura solves that, while also upgrading the rest of your board. Like, this could upgrade 1 item a tier, and would still be the best death node most of the time. Yeah. This is insane. Huh. This is actually, like, kind of game warping. As far as what boards you're willing to play. It's a pretty big dually buff in general. Like, dually's got a lot of boards that care about getting multiple items to diamond. This is big for all, like, the lens combos. Fiber optics boards. It's huge for Stel. Huh. Feel like half the time you take 5 XP, it's to rush 13 for a diamond upgrade. Yeah. Or just because, like, you have your enchants already, and you want 20 gold more than you care about another look at an enchant. All this reads to me is you don't want to go late even harder. Yeah. Also, like, there's gonna be some monsters on day 9, day 10. Isn't game-changing in the sense that you don't want to encounter Futura? It's game-changing in the sense that if I'm dying, I can buy a Dualtron and not worry about having to get to level 13 to upgrade it. Like, if I'm dying anyway, Futura makes my board. Where before, there was some things that you just couldn't buy because you didn't expect to be able to upgrade them in time before you died. It's not the I'm gonna... Yeah, you're not dying intentionally, but it's like, if you're dying anyway, all of a sudden, there's way more things in shops that you can buy to get a crazy board together after you do die. Where before, you just couldn't buy them because you weren't going to upgrade them in time. Invest in yourself. 1, 2, 3. So you start getting 2 income on day 3 instead of day 4. And you're never clicking this on day 5 or 6. Okay. I'm pretty sure this is too late to want 3 income. There isn't currently really a 3 income node. Maybe on day 5, you'll click it sometimes. Just like right before gold starts showing up. It's crazy strong. You would not consider it game breaking. I mean, it doesn't let you do anything that couldn't be done by just like going to shops and hitting upgrades. I think it might be game breaking in the sense that death boards are going to be so scary now. Like, if you just have... When death boards are just, like, a little bit of extra XP and some gold, or they just have an extra enchant on them on day 9 or 10, like, that's kind of whatever. But if dying means you get 2 of your gold items to diamond, that's... You're just losing those fights when you run into those boards. Like, it's game-breaking in the sense that this is way higher ceiling than any of the current death nodes. And it's also like it breaks the curve of the game, right? Like if you're dying on day 8 or day 9, having multiple diamond items for your day 9, day 10 fight is not normal. Like you will be playing like day 14, day 15 boards on day 10. Even just like on Karnak. You get to upgrade your pack, your claymore, and your trail markers all at once. Like, maybe you could say that comp cares enough about XP because levels matter so much for those boards, but those are also some really impactful upgrades. I don't know. Yeah, classes the gold XP option now. Yeah. It's also just more gold than the gold node. Biggest reason to consider. Yeah, exactly. I mean, probably like half the time, over half the time I'm clicking the XP. It's just because the other nodes don't do much for me. And you're doing it for the max HP more than the upgrades. But there are times you do it for the upgrades, for sure. Library, day 3 plus. Sure. Look for spare change. Spawns 4 spare change. That's a pretty big buff. Wait, and they're gonna be higher tier? Wait. That's such a pig buff. Wait, this node's insane now. Are we gonna get, like, silver spare changes on day 2? Surely not on day 2. On day 3? That's still crazy on day 3. Higher tier doesn't matter if you're on Furnace. Sure, it matters for Money Tree. Like, what does silver change? If you have a bronze Money Tree, this is a 16 gold node. Also means getting your... If you're getting silver changes out of this, it makes it easier to quest textiles, right? Or silk. I really found yourself stuck on silvers. Depends what you mean by stuck. I've definitely had games where I didn't get the quest early enough. Like, you always get it eventually, but just, like, having one more way to get silver quest on day 3 is kind of a big deal. Pig never has the bag space. That's not true. That's not true at all. There's a big difference between having, like, 4 bag space going over the day and having 4 bag space for a random node. Mod Squad. Gained an interesting new item. Beautiful Friendship is now silver tier. Okay, that's a good change. Gold Beautiful Friendship was disgusting. I don't know what this means, but... cool, I guess. Mountain Pass. Reduced some of the gold rewards from this encounter. Why are you reducing the gold? Can we do something with the XP? Why are we reducing the gold rewards? Game, what the fuck? Please, please. Why is Mountain Pass a 4 XP node? I need more XP. I will also accept that. If you want to, like, spread out more XP nodes so the whole XP early game isn't just about how many Mountain Passes can you high roll, then that's fine, too. Like, Mountain Pass hasn't felt like a huge issue on event here because you're getting so many extra XP just from going to Farai a bunch. But off event, it feels like so much of the early game XP curve is just about how many Mountain Passes did I see. Plus, you don't always win the fight. I mean, you don't always get the fight either, but when you do get the fight, like, you don't always see Mountain Passes, too. You win the fight almost every time you see it. Is it bad if you want to see Mountain Pass nuked to orbit? No. I mean, I think that's reasonable. I think the things that you can reasonably do around Mountain Pass are either you make XP a little bit more accessible so the early game XP doesn't just feel like I rolled enough Mountain Passes to have my level 10 on 8. Or you, like, greatly reduce how much XP you get at a Mountain Pass so that level 10 on 8 isn't something that's reasonable to achieve just from clicking Mountain Pass twice. But, like, legitimately, sometimes you just click on Mountain Pass 2 times, and that's the only XP you need to be a level ahead of curve. Or you just get a bounty poster. Yeah, but at least then you're, like, working for it. Like, you spent gold, you left some inventory space up. Like, that's something that you're proactively doing, rather than just clicking on the busted node twice. Wanted poster is also a crazy node, don't get me wrong, but... or a crazy item. But at least you can chalk that up to being, like, part of Vanessa's identity. It's something that the character gets to do that other characters don't. Mountain Pass is just every character. You click Mountain Pass every time you see it. But they should make it consistently a later day, harder fight, so it's not as much guaranteed XP. I'd be down for that. I don't know... I don't even know if plus 1 day of a fight is that hard to beat on average. It would make, like, day 3 Mountain Passes worse, but I don't think it matters for, like, day 4 plus. Like, you're usually able to beat a day 5 medium fight on day 4. And if you just force it to hard fights, I'd be kind of worried that that's even more XP. Like, if you're more reliably seeing Infernal. Now it's a 5 XP node when you're able to beat it, and the rich get real richer. I guess at least in that case, you wouldn't be as excited to click on it when your board's mediocre. I don't know. Strange mushroom. Trade it for something, now gives a medium item. Wait, what did this do before? Was this the neutral item node that you never wanted to click on? Yeah, this was 4 gold or a neutral item, right? Now it's a medium? Instead of... Is it medium neutral? I guess we don't know. The tester, Dualian Stell, day 1 plus hero items only. Okay, so we're gaining sticky beans, but tester is out of the pool. I accept that trade. Tester is just a hero vendor now. I like that. Also means Stell isn't getting antimatter chamber out of tester anymore. Upgraded targeted haste on whammy. Yeah. No more silliness for you. Can you get tester on pig? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what heroes this was locked to. Truffle farming now spawns 2 truffles. Sure, this was a node you never wanted to click on. This is still substantially worse than the spare change, right? Like, is this still a node you never want to click on? Oh, no. Double the output, still terrible. Interesting. Wink now gives 10 prestige. That's cool, I guess. This new Wink is ridiculous. Is it? Prestige is such a meme. So you trade your board away. You get like a couple items that might be good, and you get like 2 extra fights that you get to lose. But you'll have to win later if you do lose those fights. So like, does the extra gold make you more likely to be able to win day 15, day 16? And prestige buy you a lot of time to get a very decent board. Yeah, but it also means that the board quality that you have to get out of the run is way higher if you pick up losses. It's also going to be harder to pivot into a board after a Wink, too. Like, sure, you get a bunch of gold, but the early game that you spent sculpting a bench to have pivots is now no longer on your bench. Wink day 6 or 7, not too late. Well, yeah, so you're still going to click it in those situations, and now you have an extra loss or 2 that you have to give, but instead of being able to just, like, win the game on day 11 and get out, if you pick up those losses, now your board has to be good enough for day 13, day 14. Like, generally trying to win day 14 is bad. Like, you want to be getting out of games as early as possible. There are so many monsters at the later days. Well, I think the situations where you click on Wink are exactly the same as they are now. But now you get a little bit of prestige to have a little more time to build a board after the Wink. Like, now, if you're dying, if you have, like, 1 win on day 6, you can click on Wink instead of, like, just needing to go to shops to try to get a board together. Like, you can afford a loss again and have a little more time to leverage that extra gold that Wink gives you into something. Like, it's obviously a buff to the node, but bonus prestige is way less of a big deal than I think the average player thinks. Like, I think the number of times that I clicked Deborah for extra prestige, I think I've probably clicked Deborah for prestige like twice this patch. Want to do the same on the cult event? They could, but I mean, the cult event's already much stronger than Wink. It already gives you a bunch of XP. Generally gives you better items. Stronger at lower rank. People don't have as strong boards later. Maybe. One thing Prestige does is it allows you to aim for a harder to make board that will win you that late game. The problem with that is, like, it almost doesn't matter what board I have on day 13. I am almost never comfortable going into a day 13 fight. Like, these stronger late boards are still just playing rock, paper, scissors with all of the other strong late boards. Unless you're Pig? No, Pig is exactly the same. Even on Pig, I'm trying to tempo out wins. I don't want to go to day 13, day 14 on Pig. There is no character that I want to be playing the game on day 14. Like, it's not that you can't win these days. Obviously you can. But, like, the win rate on day 14 is going to be lower than you expect to be able to, like, leverage skill to get out of the game on day 11, day 12. There's just so many different powerful things that you can have. So many of the boards that are going that late are people that are trying to force these crazy Exodias. But, like, trying to be the better tempo board, trying to get out on day 11 is a lot easier than trying to be the Exodia of all Exodias. Corrected a number of tag and hidden tag inconsistencies with skills. Okay. Being the Exodia East, yeah. Like, there's a reason why, for so many patches of the game, that Dooley, despite having arguably the worst late game, has also been the character that was most overrepresented at the top of the ladder. Creeping Chill, Frostfire, Initial Chill, Paralytic Poison, Stunning Strike. They're all 2, 3, 4. Okay, so this is not a change to these. But it's a nerf to Stunning Strike? And wait, where's the Large Freeze? Isn't Large Freeze the same as Stunning Strike right now? Stunning and Initial nerfs? Wait, isn't Initial the haste one? Isn't the haste one the same as Creeping Chill already? Oh, Initial Chill is the large. Wait, which one's the haste one then? Anyway, whatever. It's fine. Haste is something else. Okay, they just didn't list it here. Sure. Quick Freeze. Okay, okay. Finish Shield added to Jules, Stell, and Karnak. Was dually only the first 4 to 8 times you haste, charge a shield item. So this is big for Gingerbread Cabin. It's big for Buggy. Laurels? Pretty big for Laurels if you have Laurels being a payoff. I don't know what it matters for on Karnak. Wait, why does Karnak get this? Stretch pants. Oh yeah, I guess Karnak does have shield items. I just never play them. Right. He has like this whole archetype of shield items that I just don't touch. Fair. Bladed armor in the mid game. Yeah, I can matter for bladed armor. You're not gonna see this most of the time while bladed armor is in play. Oh, it's great for stones too. Waystones. Isn't it a bit awkward with buggy? Is you want scaling before it goes off? It depends on your buggy board. For most buggy boards, no. You just want buggy activating as quick as possible. And you're getting your shield from like you just have a couple of hastes, and it doesn't take that many hastes for your multicast to just kill them. A big problem the buggy has is just the first activation is too slow. And something like this makes that first activation significantly better. Also, all the Raps board. Yeah, this is pretty big for the Raps boards. I just never see Raps when I'm open to those boards. Following items now start at silver, so no more start of combat at Curio. Icicle included. Interesting. Huge Curio nerf. Or huge Curio buff, depending on what you're looking for. How much easier does this make it to find rocket boots? 5 fewer things in Curio's pool? Makes it a lot easier to find the buff items. Yeah. Huh. Probably greatly improves cloak access. Yeah, this makes the, like, day 2 Vanessa find Curio into, win the run a lot easier. Like, how many run-winning items does Curio have for Vanessa on day 2? There's both of the large ammo items, cloak. I feel like there's another one. Stove. Stove is good. It's not really running. Like, you'll buy it. You'll sometimes put it on your board. Oh, Brace. Brace is crazy. Ramrod was nerfed. Does Ramrod to 4 matter for the Curio items? What does it disalign? So you get your activation at 3, you get your activation at 6, you get your activation at 9, you get your activation at 12. Yeah, like by the time it disaligns, the fight's already over. Yeah, this is like it's a buff to early Curios, and probably a nerf to most late Curios. Unless you just care about finding rocket boots or the slow buff, in which case it is a buff to Curio at all stages of the game. Our long saga of upgrading liquid cakes has ended. Oh. End of a fight with this, adjacent items permanently gain 20, 40. Oh. Oh, interesting. Okay. So what was this before? Okay, this one sucks. This one's, well, it's a 40% crit if you upgrade it. But it's 40 instead of like, generally with Super Syrup, you expected to get like 6 activations on the first one, and then you got 20. So it's like 6% less crit if you upgrade it. This is... It was 30 on the backside before. So it's, again, only like 6 less shield if you upgrade it. But you don't have to farm it and can choose better combats. Yeah, exactly. It's much easier to cash these out. The ceiling is a little bit lower. And you're never going to be upgrading this at Sterling again. But it's not really that much of a nerf. And then being less annoying to play is kind of nice. I kind of wish that these were like... I don't know. I guess 20 is still a lot. Nah, never mind. I wonder how often you're going to use these for 20 versus upgrade them again. I imagine you're going to want to upgrade these most of the time. $40 damage day 3. Yeah, being able to cash this out all at once is a big deal, too. It is nice that you can sit on it. You know, that's honestly fair. Yeah. Where before, it was kind of awkward to, like, cash this out later in the run. Now, if you don't need it, or, like, you have a plan for it later, you can just, like, take a Super Syrup on Vanessa and just expect to hold it until your carry item later. Like, specifically on Vanessa, that's kind of a big deal, because there's just so many boards that care about getting crit on their carry items later on. Can't remember the last time you see it Lottle these last few months. I've played more at Lottle this month than I have in a very long time. I've had a lot of Lottle runs. Some of them are championship belt, and some of them are just, like, a pivot off of Crook. Or, like, you find lifting, and lifting makes it Lottle good. There's so many ways to enable it Lottle now. Square Pig is certainly viable. Square Pig might be the best build in the game. That's belt? No, it's not always belt. Like I said, sometimes it's just lifting. You got, like, lifting Crook, and that carries a win. Even just early on, Lumbor's Crook, if you've got a good enough Crook, gets it Lottle pretty quick, pretty fast. It doesn't take much. Like, I've had a bunch of day 4 fights where my Lottle is live after one Lumbor swing. Aerodrome Lickit might be on par with Jungle Ruins now. Does Lickit off Jungle Ruins give you higher tier Lickit foods? I know there used to be a chance that you got Silver Super Syrup at Lickit. But I don't know if they changed that. Get it wrong, you still play it, you never see it. Oh, sure. Yeah. I will say I think a lot more Pig players are jamming Crook these last couple weeks. I think people have kind of caught on at how good Crook is. I've lost so many early fights to Crook these last few days. Anyway, Dragon Wing, CD to 6, sure. Oh. Okay. But the big buff to Repair Bot, that's a big nerf to Junkyard Club, though. Junkyard Club was crazy. I don't know how good 2 random loot items is relative to, like, 4 to 6 damage to your whole board. This one was almost always doing nothing, though. There's a fight that drops this pretty frequently. There's a fight that drops, like, gold Repair Bot, too, right? It's 2 match loot items. It should be random. Based on the wording. When you level up, set this item's value to a random number between 0 and 5, 10, 20, 40. I like this. It solves the awkward UI problem of selling it, getting 0, and not knowing if the game's lagging or not, because at least you know what you're going to get when you sell it. It's a bit less exciting to sell it, but I don't know how exciting raffle tickets are to sell in general. I'm not sure how much of a hit that was. You don't love rerolling only on level up? I think it's fine. Makes it a little bit different than crypto. Makes you balance your stash space versus should I cash this out now? Like, you're going to be a lot more willing to sell this for 6 at silver than you're willing to sell a crypto at 6. Because if I don't sell it for 6 now, what if it rolls, like, 2 on the next day, and I've got this raffle ticket stuck on my bench for another 3 or 4 days? Hey, Unicrew. It's just a big desire to have high turnover rate in your stash. Well, yeah. Oh. Yeah, it depends what the value is set to when you pick it up, too, right? I guess if it's always 0 on pickup, like crypto is, I could see that being a bit annoying. But being able to balance, being able to hold on to it or just sell it immediately for whatever it is, but knowing what the upside is of selling it immediately. I think this makes Raffle Ticket a bit more interesting than it is right now. Where right now you just, like, pick it up and sell it and hope for the best. Now there's at least some gameplay around it. I like things that add more gameplay to the game. It's got the matching base value for its rarity, then you're happy. I think that's really boring. I would hope that this rolls on pickup. The new 2 loot items may be pretty big for the new neutral vendor. Maybe. Return to playing the game, check Steam reviews, and apparently the game is still in super sad state. It's not. I don't know what people are saying in the reviews. I also don't know what you mean by greedy or unappreciative. I think you're just reading some very biased reviews. I'm not even really sure where the greedy accusation comes from. Like, they release characters every couple months, and there's not really anything to buy other than the characters. There was an event a couple days ago that initially was pretty bad, and then they got a bunch of backlash from it, and they changed the event within 2 days. I don't... Like, there was a review bomb from that. People don't usually change their reviews. Weird pricing scheme? Is it? I mean, it's just a game with DLCs. And it's not like to play the other characters you have to buy. Or to play, like, Vanessa optimally, you have to have the other characters. Like, if you just want to play the base characters, you're not missing out on anything while playing Vanessa. Saw this repeated review of Reynad telling some big streamer Crip, and it's basically Reynad saying, your hours don't pay our bills. I have no idea what that means, but okay. Temporary shelter. CD6. Shield. When you sell this, get 2 scrap. No longer scale shield. Okay. Sure. Ancient technology. Now we get a relic multicast skill in addition to the tool multicast skill. Now, this doesn't say what hero gets it, right? I would assume at least Dooley and Mac. It might just be generic, too. It's in the Dooley section. Oh. Sure. Might be Dooley exclusive, then. But to be fair, they have had changes like this in the wrong section before. But maybe they're getting better about that. Yeah, it does seem weird to be Dooley exclusive. I'd expect at least Dooley and Mac, but I don't know. A lot of Max relics already have multicast. Yeah, but they also care about activating multiple times. Like, there's relics that charge off of other relics being used. Getting this on a soul stone's a pretty big deal. Changes in monetization is quite greedy. Yeah, I don't really know what you're talking about with regard to that. Like, again, right now the monetization is the game is base and then there's DLCs, and that's it. Tech item, your items gain... Oh, so it's not just adjacents anymore. Huh. You still buy gems? Wait, can you? I actually didn't know that. Hold up. You can? Yes, you can. Oh, plus. Wow, you can. Amazing. Can you buy chests? No. Well, I guess indirectly. I can't imagine they are selling very many gems. I'll put it that way. Why would someone want to buy gems? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. What is the rate on those anyway? 200 times 2 for $2. So you get 400 gems for $2. How many gems do I get out of just opening a chest? That's a one-time bonus. Is it? I get 25 gems out of one chest. I know you can get way more. I think the base rate is 100 gems per dollar. What's the average per chest? Is it 10 win 3 or 6 chests? Six. Okay. You're underestimating the Asian market? I don't know. I feel like the prices just don't make any sense on it. And it's not like this game is, like, daily gated either. Like, I think in a lot of games where you're able to earn, like, the premium currency relatively easily, you're only able to earn, like, a small amount of it per day. Where there's none of that here. Yeah, so this is probably a buff to the skill, but I don't know. It's this is damage and shield, right? So this does buff duct tape. Buffs your duct tape while buffing your weapons. I was gonna say that it's like sharp corners numbers, but I suppose buffing multiple things is a pretty big deal. Like Master Duel, you can barely scrape by free to play, but you got multiple decks you need to spend. I mean, or just play for a long time, right? If you want multiple decks immediately, yeah, you gotta spend. But like, you do get a lot of resources, just they're time gated. Skins on items was a good idea. They didn't stop doing it. Every month, there's still usually a couple new skins that you can get. Liquid cooled, down triggers, no longer has a size restriction. I didn't even realize this still had a size restriction now. Actual skins are not visible enough. It's always been kind of hit or miss as to how visible they are. One problem with the skins is they kind of overlap with the enchants right now. Like, some of the skins on items look like an enchanted item. And I think trying to strike the balance is kind of hard. But there have always been some skins that look more visual than others. Primal Energy, skill, damage buff to 5, 10, 20, 40. Hold up, I should really have Bizarre DB up. Five, 10, 15, 20. 5, 10... Oh, 20, 40. Okay, higher tier is better. Sure. Well-oiled machine. When you use a core, reduce an item's cooldown by 8% from 5%. Kind of cool. It's still probably too slow for most boards, but It is cool. I wonder how much this enables, like, fiber optics printer stuff with Core. Fight is over when this starts to matter. Yeah, there might be some boards, like, you go... I guess it's tough with Atomic Clock, because you still want to be triggering the stuff. But if you've got, like, a hasted Uzi with optics printer and a core carry, it might make, like, a weaponized or ignition kill a bit faster. A lot faster. To where you're activating the core every ICD instead of... Well, no, if you got multiple optics, you're already activating the core really fast. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much this matters. We skim over the liquid cooled change. Yeah, I mean, it's just you get less freezes of liquid cooled. The skill was absurd. A totally reasonable nerf target. Angry Balloon Bot, CD5, damage up. I still never want to build around this item, because what if I just run into a poison board, or the one-shot bonk, or one of the many things that just ignores my win condition? Is this a buff? I don't even know. What are the numbers on Armored Core right now? Okay, the base shield is going up. Currently, the base shield doesn't change. This is doubling the base shield at silver. And then the base shield is up. But made the move printer to diamond? How did I miss that? Wait. Huh. Why are we moving printer to diamond? That was like one of the few late pivots Dooley had. Sorry if it's optics in. I don't think that, like, the printer optics boards are a problem. It's the only thing you use printer for, but... you kind of need it. Is Dualtron going to diamond? No. Wait, what are we doing on Dooley late game? The reaction to the feature above? Maybe? I guess that is a board that does go crazy with the Futura upgrade. But, like, it's also not a board that is so strong that I'm happy to be taking late. It's just, like, an out for core carry stuff. You still get kind of wrecked by freezes. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised to see this. New relic charge item. Oh, were they worried about, like, Beta Ray? They wanted to buff Beta Ray, but they didn't want to have, like, printer Beta Ray be good? That's a pretty sad reason to nerf printer. I don't know. The Beta Ray buff is nice, though. I'll probably be playing some Beta Rays. Give me nuke Beta Ray to diamond. I would rather see Beta Ray nuked to diamond than printer. I don't know. I don't hate this, but I wouldn't change printer to do this, if that makes sense. Maybe there's something else later, too. Charcoal is nerfed. Nerfed at bronze, buffed at gold and diamond. Was charcoal really 3 at bronze before? Oh, this is the base. Wait. Oh. Okay, whatever. This doesn't matter at all. Why are we even... Okay. I guess it's just how burn numbers are supposed to be. Crit core, the core, primal weaponized. Have their base go up with upgrades where they didn't before. Tourney mode, yep. And there's going to be a synchronous mode. So this is a nerf to silver crit core? There's also a nerf to the core, like across the board. Is it a buff to weaponized? This is so weird. Okay. And what is... And it's a buff to primal. Okay, so... Nerf at silver, buff at other tiers. Nerf at all tiers. Buff at all tiers, buff at all tiers. Weird. It's kind of a big deal for early weaponized. I don't know how much this matters as the game goes on for it. Probably a bit. It should have been 4 change sets with respect to base values. I kind of agree. It does clutter the patch notes, but honestly, if they removed this charcoal change from the notes, I don't think anyone would notice. Crude tools. CD 543 also charges relics. CD reduction removed. Oh, this is why printer died? Why? I'd rather have printer than this. Wait, so at gold, it's a 4-second item that charges all your techs and relics? Wait. Couldn't they just, like... put the word other on this and have it not interact with printer at all? Why? It's infinite with printer because it's... Yeah, but just give it the broken bottle treatment. Just, like, say different. Charge all your different relics. Remove the relic. Well, I get why they want it to still be a relic. But... we're killing printer for this? This is so stupid. And charge it. If you have multiples, they'll charge each other. Which is why this went to diamond, I imagine. Also doesn't have the 1 tech requirement anymore. Yeah. So like you can play this on a full tech board and charge all your tech items. Like, I think the buff is fine. It's a better item now. I like the change. I don't like that this died for this. Assuming that's the reason. And I kind of can't imagine there was another reason. It doesn't say other. I'm pretty sure it's going to say other when we get the actual text. We'll see. What wants this? Like, it gold, it's a pretty good way to charge your core. Like, charges your core and other stuff. It's probably pretty good for kinetic cannon. I wonder if Railgun wants this. Railgun probably wants this. This is tilting me, though. Renee was such a cool card. Cryosphere. CD 1110 from 10. Freeze 2 seconds from 2-3. So we're making it harder to permafreeze with Cryosphere. I guess that was a problem. I don't think I've seen a Cryosphere on the opponent's board this entire patch. I've, like, heard murmurs of Cryosphere being good. I have not seen Cryosphere, though. Real Scarf Sphere armed a lot of impressions. Like, the problem with that board is you still need to activate the Cryosphere. And, like, if you're trying to optics into Cryosphere... Oh, I guess you don't need to dually Scarf the Cryosphere. I don't know. Is it really that much better than just, like, all the other things you can do when you've got a start of combat drill looping? It just seems like another option when you're already winning the run. It's a hard lockout when it goes off. Yeah, where you just, like, kill them. I don't know. If I've got a start of combat looping drill into an optics, I'm probably winning the run no matter what I'm doing. I feel like it doesn't really matter. Like, I don't think I've ever lost a run after getting my start of combat drill going. Start to fight drill is harder now with the curio changes. Yeah, that too, that too. It's weird to see in the patch notes. I don't know. But, like, were people complaining about Cryosphere? Was this something that was seeing play and I've just been avoiding it the whole patch? Well, I'm aware that it can freeze lock, but... Like, I've been freeze locked by Jules way more than I've been freeze locked by anything else. I've been freeze locked by more Jules and Pigs and Max than Dualies. Like, are we gonna see nerfs to those as well? Flintstones. Burn goes down. Sure. I guess the early Flintstone stuff was a bit too much. Nuke perma CC comps out of the game, but it's not your game. I just feel like that board doesn't come together much. I don't know. Like, it's a bunch of gold and diamond items, and then you need start of combat still. And you still need to, like, get your drill looping. It's like the cherry on top of an already hard-to-assemble board. I feel like it's not the kind of thing that ever needs to be nerfed, but... Drill loops when cryo goes off. Yeah, but you still need to activate the cryo. Like, you need to be looping your drill to activate cryo, because drill's what's activating your cryo. Like, obviously, it's great when you assemble it all. It just seems like a lot. Ignition core. That's really funny. Skills do that mostly. Yeah, it's just like when I've had the skills to have a board that does that, I haven't, like, needed to then also get a cryosphere. Like, the run's already over at that point. Like, if I've got a looping drill with fiber optics, there's any number of things that I can do to win the game from there. Like, oftentimes the answer is just scale my drill, and the fight's gonna end in 3 or 4 seconds. Off of my 0-second start with free skills. Your sphere doesn't make much of an impact. Yeah, I mean, I would agree. But I also just don't know if... I just don't know how much it matters. I don't know. Like, I think, in general, having these, like, aspirationally strong builds that you rarely get to assemble is generally good for the game. I'm also not even sure how much this nerf matters. Like, if I've got an optics drill loop, I have drill activating every 0.3. Or, drill's activating every 3 ICDs, so every 0.75. So in 2 seconds... I guess I'm only charging the 6, 7, 8. I have to haste this as well. But, like, if I'm hasting Cryosphere, I still have basically infinite freeze. Like, I'm not gonna say this is a bad change or anything. I just don't understand why. It just... I just don't get it. It seems unnecessary. Missiles is better at diamond. Okay. I guess just standardizing numbers. Nanobot damage per friend, better at diamond. Race Carl. CD stays the same at all tiers and now gets damage scaling. This is still just worse than Armadillo, right? Not by as much, but it is still just gonna be worse than Armadillo. I'm pretty sure. Maybe it's easier to put on your companion core boards if you get it to gold. Maybe. I don't know. Race Carl's just been so bad the last, like, 6 months. I'm not sure that this matters at all. He just, like, compares poorly to bronze items. Which is not what you want your silver item to be. It's even worse at diamond. Ugh. Trojan, CD to 4 from 6. And the poison goes up. That's cool. So is this? It charges all of your techs every 4. And you get more poison. Cute. Wallace. CD3 from 6. Shield scaling is halved. Kind of. Now scale shield before applying shield. Wait. So we have a 3-second friend at bronze on Dooley. Before we think of any of the other texts. That alone, if a 3-second friend had no text, it would be a playable item. Just to put it into context. The base shield is 10. So at 3 seconds, you're getting 15 shield, and then by 6 seconds, you have 35 shield. Compared to now, where at 6 seconds, you have 10 shield. Holy gigabuffs. What the fuck? So at least for this one, unlike the like Hality changes on Pig a couple patches back, at least Wallace was actually unplayable at all tiers. But holy shit. That's scarier than Brick Buddy early. My brother in Christ, this is the best item to buff a Brick Buddy. This is Brick Buddy's best friend. Yeah, Wallace seems crazy. Wallace seems crazy. Like, I don't think the outputs are that insane. Like, okay, I mean, they are if you get a shield skill. Is Wallace going to be the new Catfish? Oh, Enchanted Wallace going to be the new Catfish? Is Catfish even the new Catfish? I feel like Enchanted Catfish has not been that scary for a while. I don't know. Am I planning to play Dooley? When the patch hits, we'll play everything, but the patch isn't for a while. I think after seeing these changes, we'll probably play Dooley in tournament, assuming the tournament is new patch. Wallace just seems bonkers. It does everything. What is that, 9 seconds? It's also getting plus 25. Like, the total number of shield you're getting out of it isn't that crazy. It's crazy compared to what it was before, but it's not that crazy. Like, if you compare this to, like, a Seaweed or a Banu Leaves played for Start alone. Yeah, it's just the fastest friend. It speeds up Balloon Bot. Balloon Bot really wants 2 seconds, though, right? When's tournament? 10 hours? 9.5 hours? All it goes there's no conditions to scale. Yeah, but the scale, it doesn't have that much scaling, right? Like at 9 seconds, you're getting... What did we say? 60 shield out of it? Like, the exciting thing about this is it's a 3-second friend that has some upsides. It does make Flick It a lot better, right? Like, if your board wants to play a Wallace plus Duct Tape, you actually have 2 things in play to give Candy Mail to. Those are pretty good at getting Armadillo going. Wallace does so much. Holy shit. What a glue item. Also just a shield core buff? No, it's not. It's not a shield core buff. Stop respecting shield core. Every time something's good with shield core, it's just as good or better with other cores. Like, the thing about shield core is the more defense you have, the worse it is. Where the other cores really want to have some defensive items to try to balance out their offensive stats. It's the same thing, like, having a buffed duct tape is better for every non-shield core than it is for shield core. You generally want to pick shield core the better you're already scaling offensively and just need some defense, rather than, like, tripling down on defense. Because tripling down on defense, especially shield, just loses to so much stuff. Enchanted Wallace start, presumably going to be relevant. I don't know, the scaling's not that high. I don't know how much that matters. Like, at 3 seconds, you'll get 1 poison. At 6 seconds, you're getting 2 poison. At 9 seconds, it's 3 poison. Like, it's not that much. Oh, but with shield, sure. Like, if you get Obsidian Wallace with shield core, that'll go pretty hard. Welding helmet gets its numbers fixed. CD5 Yellow Mantis. That's a big buff. Is this 2 hasted silver? It is 2 hasted silver. I think I like this change. I so rarely want to play this. It's a big buff, but maybe it just needs it. It is a really big buff, though. So if you play this with Ignition Core, if you get your Ignition Core activating at 4, that also gets Mantis activating at 4. That one's unplayable. I mean, I wouldn't go that far. It was pretty bad at silver most of the time. You would sometimes play it on your burn boards. Like, it played all right with Soldering Gun. I have played it on Dualtron boards. Just worse than Spider. Yeah. At least now it's faster than Spider. Start a run. You can now start with either a stove or a cooler. Interesting. Are there any bronzes that make you want to start with a cooler, realistically? It's random, not chosen. Oh, so just fuck Jules, I guess. Rip. You start with an item related to a stove or cooler as well. That's interesting. I already never want to click on this character, though. I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna dread every game that I get a cooler. Maybe just because I haven't thought about what a cooler start means, but... Starting cooler sounds so bad. They changed some cooler items to bronze. Interesting. Strawberries and vintage only. Like, vintage is good. Strawberries doesn't matter early. Chef Brolin now appears on 3 instead of add cooler. The add stove cooler options now gives a matching item of the same type. I guess that's cool. I guess. Noodles regen day 1 is actually playable. I guess. Feels a lot worse than Noodles burn day 1. But I guess if you don't find any cinders, it's better to have the regen than the burn. You probably win more fights on average. It just doesn't go anywhere, though. But I guess you get your stove later. I don't know. Maybe it's not that bad. But it's just, like, even more power around finding Noodles day 1. I feel like that's already Jules' early game in a nutshell. Like, did I find Noodles? I don't know. Cheese wheel gets faster, sure. Cooler. Shield 30. When you freeze, this becomes chilled and gains shield. From shield for 2 seconds. Wait, so it's just the numbers here? Oh, is it chilled forever? Okay. Okay. Cornucopia CD to 3. The heated effect now charges chilled, and chilled effect now charges heated. The CD down probably makes looping this a lot easier. Heated effect now charges chilled. Chilled now charges heated. Instead of charging same type. You already wanted to have things be both. What does this change? Like, obviously this is a big deal. But I don't know what the implications of this are. Like, this reads as a change for the sake of change. I don't feel like this does anything. Used to charge same type. Yeah, I know, but Like, what does this let you do now that you couldn't do before? Or what is this disabling that you would be able to do previously? Charge your heated items and this 8 the heater slot? Yeah, but you could just have your everything be heated or everything be chilled. Like, didn't you want to have things be both heated and chilled for this? Wasn't that the point of the item? It was like you had a heated and chilled wok, and then you had a chilled cornucopia with a scorch pepper on it. And then you had the cornucopia charging the wok charging the cornucopia. I don't know what other boards existed with this thing. I almost never saw it. You don't need to find the heater cooler convert node, then now you just... Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, you don't even need to convert them anymore. Like, you can just have whatever you want. But yeah, I mean, this is obviously a big deal. The CD to 3 fixes a lot of things with this item, but it just feels like a straight... I don't know what the point of this was. I'm just curious if there was something that I'm missing. Durian starts at bronze tier. Shield 10, 20, 40, 80. Heated, slows things. I guess welcome back to bronze, Darian. I kind of didn't realize this already wasn't a bronze item. When did this get nerfed to silver? Dragon Steak. Burn equal to this item's crit chance. Base crit chance. Heated other items get crit. Whoa! That's a big number. So for a heated slot, you get to play a medium-sized Corzina Crest. Spice Rack buff. It matters for Spice Rack, and it matters a ton for the serving platter. It's probably a bigger deal for serving platter than Spice Rack. Can't get 100 for itself, though. Just pretend this item doesn't have an active. This doesn't matter. Just you're playing it for this. I guess serving platter will charge it. Maybe it's a nerf that it has an active. Kind of cool. I don't know, like... Maybe it is just Spice Rack. Maybe you are just playing, like, Dragon Steak, Spice Rack, the fast food. This being a food that gains crit matters, too. Yeah, you can play serving platter, Dragon Steak, Spice Rack, item I'm forgetting the name of, that is really fast, tastes, and charges when you gain crit. Noodles. Still have 2 slots left after that. Wow. Zarlik. Farmer's Market no longer gives max HP on sell. Oh. Wait, but it already didn't give max HP on sell, because I never remember that it did this. You're allowed to say simplified. Emu. Burn 369 from 468. So just standardizing the numbers, I think? Is that even standardizing the numbers? It was +2, now it's +3. Wait, I don't get it. Whatever. How fast is steak? 7 seconds, I think. Lao Lao. Chilled. This item CD is reduced by 2. Okay. Oh, it's still 3 seconds. Eh. I mean, if you get... If you get Scorch Pepper with this, it makes any bonus regen you get kind of crazy. Kind of interesting. Max HP was the primary reason you bought it. Farmer's Market? I feel like the numbers on the max HP you got from this were so low. Like, how much HP are you getting out of this? A Gumball event is giving you 50 life. Or I guess a little bit more. 150 life. Assuming it's diamond. And that's just on diamonds, too. Like, usually you just have this at gold. Or at least I usually just have it at gold. For sure lower than Healthy Tip. One of the worst skills for Pig. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The max HP on this was never all that exciting to me. Like, there's a little bit of extra value when your board is finished, and you get some max HP out of some nodes, but I feel like it didn't add up to that much. And you also just weren't usually upgrading Farmer's Market either. There's just other items that you wanted to upgrade more. Meat Grinder starts at bronze tier. What is this when you use a food? How good is Meat Grinder noodles on bronze? There's not that many ways to buff up the damage, is there? Scorch Pepper, Lala, Prep Station, pretty strong early game. Oh, yeah, this is double dip on the Prep Station. That's kind of sweet. Yeah, Lala might just be really good pretty consistently. It's good with pizza. Maybe. You need a way to buff the damage on it. But yeah, if you can get damage on Meat Grinder, I could see like Corkscrew Pizza Meat Grinder being okay. I don't know if being bronze makes that any better. When do these go live? When the patch hits in like 12 hours or so. Meat grinder cutting board pizza. Does that work? Yeah, you can just play cutting board. That's true. Cutting board is pretty crazy. The problem with like cutting board pizza meat grinder though is then you're not corkscrewing the pizza. I guess you could just like cutting board the noodles. Throw something else next to the cutting board to get scaling. I don't know. Interesting. Could definitely see there being a board there. Refrigerator starts at bronze. Shield 10, regen 2. When you use a chilled item or freeze. So what, does it still have this? Double dip on shield freeze items, yeah. That is a lot of defensive value, right? There's your early board when you get cooler. Yeah, yeah. How do you scale it, though? Because you can't prep station it, right? You're just hoping that the regen that you're getting from this is naturally enough? Batter silver. Like, how do you scale this in the early game? I don't think... Does Pumpkin? Oh, Pumpkin might. Yeah, Pumpkin works. Do you need to scale it day one? Yes. I think in the current state of the game, you do. You certainly want to be scaling it by day 2. I guess Pumpkin Refrigerator is kind of interesting. Rolling Pin. Better, higher tiers, sure. Wait. Hold up. Hold up. That's a large number. How do you get 1,000,000 hastes on Jules? This is the kind of thing that would be, like, crazy on Vanessa, but doesn't quite work on Jules. Check what it was a few patches ago. $120. They buffed it and then nerfed it. Got nerfed, now getting super buffed. Yeah, I didn't think they needed to nerf this when they nerfed it for what it's worth. Also, is it getting super buffed? It's not actually getting buffed in any context that matters, right? Like, the reason this got nerfed before was it was too good at bronze and silver. Like, these numbers are unchanged at bronze and silver. It's like when they buffed APR, right? Like, I was a bit worried that when they buffed APR, that it was going to let you just play APR for the entire run, but it turns out this item still just sucks at Diamond. It doesn't actually matter. It's the same thing here. Just like by the time you get to these numbers, there's better things to be doing. Sentoku starts at silver. CD4. Might matter more with Futura change. Might bank a gold rolling pin. I think even if you get this to diamond, it's not going to be better than other things you'd already want to be doing at gold or diamond. Like, the numbers are cool, but it's almost certainly just too much work to take advantage of the numbers for what you're getting out of them. Because, like, even on Stel, like, when you spike a diamond APR, it's still not good enough on day 9. Salt starts at gold tier. CD3. Adjacent items gain crit when you crit. Burn 3 or 6. When you crit with anything, anywhere. What do you mean? With CD3 too? What the fuck? Why are we buffing? Even ignoring power level context. In what world is this an appropriate effect for Salt? I'm with you. At least it can't crit for serving platter. Yeah, but now you just don't need serving platter. I don't know. The Jules player, this was unnecessary. I don't think Spice Rack needed help. That's all this is, right? Like, it's a buff for Spice Rack. Does it matter for anything else? I guess it's an alternative when you don't find Zarlik, but it plays so crazy with Zarlik, too. Yes, because Salt wasn't often used. Yeah, I guess. It's playable on any board now? I don't think that's true. Like, this item's really only meaningfully different on boards that are taking advantage of the crit burn. I guess maybe sometimes at Diamond you'll play this for 3-second cooldown, 20% crit, but that's not very exciting. I don't know. This just feels like a buff to the really degenerate Jewel shit of, like, find Defender's Flame, win the run, find Spice Rack, win the run. Just feels like more power to boards that don't really need more power. Sorbet, when you crit with another item. From when you crit. Sorbet charged itself? The fuck? I didn't know that. Okay. Okay. So wait, is that why the... Oh, that's why the Swan hammer mallet board goes so hard. Okay. I was wondering why that board always looked so fast. I just figured the other items were activating fast enough to get sorbet crits. Aren't they, though? I don't know. Wait, is that really the only nerf to that board? Interesting. Maybe that's the only change that needed to be made? Yeah, I don't know how big of a deal this is, but... It is big. Realistically, it's a 1 second CD increase at worst. Well, that's a huge deal. Like, a 1 second CD increase on an item that's activating quick is big. There's just a chance that your items are already activating fast enough that even with this change, you're activating on ICD anyway, so this doesn't do anything. But I'm not sure if that's the case. T-Siphon. Burn 8, 16, 24. Just the numbers pass. Just gameplay loop is still just down going for bread knife, hoping to hit the farmer's market or lose. So my understanding is that, like, actually playing well on Jules, there are a few different late game pivots you can go for. I'm not super familiar with them. And no one really plays Jules much, so you don't see a whole lot of them on ladder. But my understanding is there are a few things that you can do late on Jules that are good. There's, like, the giant sub stuff. There's the farmer's market stuff. I've been told walk stuff is still playable, though I may have been lied to. The freeze stuff was obviously good. You can just jam Spice Rack and still win on, like, day 12, day 13. And if you're playing Spice Rack, you're probably in a position to tempo out, because that board just doesn't lose early. My problem with Jules is just how often you just run down your burn line the entire run and never pivot. Because it's just good enough. That's the thing that really bothers me about playing Jules. It feels like in half of my runs, I just play my Noodles board for 11 days and win the run. And in the other half, I'm, like, picking up some early awkward losses and just don't know the late pivots well enough to get something going. Or I hit one of the, like, really straightforward late pivots of just, like, market plus luau. There's just so many boring games on Jules. I don't know. I'm sure I'd enjoy the character more if I sat down for, like, a week and learned the lines, but the character just feels so insufferable. I don't know. Because I feel like just as a baseline, I'm still going to just donkey into Noodles for half my runs. Because there's no reason not to. It's the most fun character. Probably Mac. I think the transform gameplay makes you play a lot of things. It makes you play a lot of very unique boards where you get, like, some cool enchants that you wouldn't normally have access to, or, like, you're trying to balance your reagents with, should I try to find something now, or do I want to use these to, like, try to find a carry item later? Strong and Jewels needed more manipulation for heaters and coolers since day one. I actually don't have a problem with that. I think that's kind of the selling point of Jewels is that... Okay. In theory, the selling point for Jewels is that because your heaters and coolers go to different spots every game, it's kind of like you're playing a different hero, depending on where your heaters and coolers go in each run. I think in practice, that hasn't worked out very well, and a lot of the times, it just genuinely doesn't matter that much where your heaters and coolers go. Like, you're playing a board that's like 10% better or worse, depending on more what the shops are, rather than where your heaters and coolers went. But, like, I think in theory, it could be cool, even though I don't know if it's ever actually played out that way. But maybe people more experienced with Jewels have different experiences. It's much more than 10%, but it's not a new hero. I feel like usually it's around 10%. It depends what comp you're in, of course, but... I feel like usually bad placement's costing me, like, 10% most of the time. Or at least suboptimal placement is costing me 10%. Sometimes really bad placement can be, like, your board doesn't work, but... Sometimes you get an interaction due to the position that you otherwise won't. Yeah, that happens sometimes. Like, particularly when you've got, like, your heater and cooler 2 apart. That lets you do some stuff you couldn't otherwise do. Or, like, 3 apart when one of your carries is a medium item. You can make it work. But, like, usually there's a bunch of positions that are kind of interchangeable. And then, like, one really good position and one really bad position or a couple really bad positions where the board just doesn't work. But a lot of the positionings are really interchangeable. But yeah, I guess specifically for the boards that care about, like, multiple item adjacencies, having them 2 or 3 apart can be a big deal. But I think for the average Jewels board, it's usually, like, you have to sacrifice an adjacency on something that doesn't really matter that much in order to position a certain way. Like, I've had a bunch of farmers market boards where it meant, like, I couldn't chill something that I would like to have chilled, but didn't really matter that much if it was chilled or not. Ula knife, chilled, haste this 1 second. Wait, what? Isn't that insane? I guess nothing scales its damage, but... And it's not full haste up time. Rolling pin stonks. It hastes this. Yeah, it's on use. It's on use. So it's half of a bronze cloak, but part of what makes cloak good with Ulu knife is that you... Well, one can upgrade it to silver, but also it gives you the damage scaling. Seems nice on a toolboard now. Yeah. Huh. It is just the fastest tool weapon now, right? 4 seconds was already the standard, and now you get a 4 second that hastes itself. And it's giving you crit. It seems pretty premium. +1 to freezer start. Yeah. Interesting. The problem is, I think, like, it's +1 to freezer start, but doesn't the toolboard want the heater kind of bad? Like, you're giving up crits on your skewer or burn on your mallet. I don't know if this is better than that. In the case you don't get a heater. Yeah, of course. Assuming that you don't get the pick. Cutlery. Well, by the time Cutlery Forge matters, you can get a heater on day 2. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, and then when we get back, we will read the Karnak notes. Hope you guys stick around. Starting heater cooler isn't rent. I have no idea. Someone in chat was saying that it wasn't. In the patch notes, it reads like it is, but I don't know. It's not. Why would you ever pick a cooler? Because of the new stuff? I don't know. Karnak, peak rage. While you're enraged, your items have 10, 20, 30, 40 crit chance. So having peak rage. Fair. That skill was insane. Well, I guess not having it, but having it at bronze. Battle Axe gets buffed slightly. Nerfed at the high tiers. What was this before? The scaling was bigger before, right? The base damage was higher, and the scaling was higher. But... So before on First Enrage, you had 150. Now on First Enrage, you have 160 at bronze. At silver, you have 240. Okay, at silver, you had 200, sure. Or 300. So still nerfed relative to what it was. Beast Call, CD4. And the haste duration goes up. Huh. Worse at Diamond, better at every other tier. Gives a haste alternative to Squirrel, but just for friend boards. Interesting. Oh, thank God. Thank God. I don't know how this took so long. This should have happened the same time that they adjusted chains. Getting a little extra charge and compensation's fine. Fairy Circle even crazier for loop. Yeah, I don't mind. If you want to build around Fairy Circle and have it be better when you build around it, I think that's a good spot for the card to be. These sorts of techie items that just punish you because you clicked slow enchant feel so bad to lose to. Is that a nerf? Probably, in most contexts. It's a nerf. It's definitely a nerf at gold. It's arguably still a nerf at diamond, but you at least get to get more proactive value out of it at diamond. It makes upgrading it real, too. Like, right now, the Fairy Circle upgrade is so embarrassing. I think it's just, like, plus 25 heal. Yeah. At a stage in the game where this heal does not really matter. We are nerfing Messenger Sparrow. Is that a Claymore nerf? I'm a little surprised to see this. Obviously, Sparrow was great, but I kind of wanted to leave it at gold most of the time. Maybe that's the point. Means it always goes after a squirrel. Yeah, yeah. Like, there were some boards that could make use of it at diamond. But pretty much every time on Karnak, I wanted to leave this on gold. This is one of those changes where it would be nice to just, like, have a blurb of why this change is happening. Is this, like, them trying to nerf greatsword boards? Or is this just having the numbers make more sense in the context of the character? Sparrow got nerfed for off-class? I don't think so. I don't think, like, you see Sparrows off-class enough for that to really matter. Resistance bands gain 1% max health. That's kind of a big number. How fast is this? Or is this when you gain rage? So if I have 5,000 health, I'm getting 50? How quick can I activate this? It's a 1-second charge. So at Diamond, it's pretty easy to get this activating once a second. I don't know what board wants this. Some interaction with Claymore. I guess, but Claymore is not going to be gaining rage fast enough for this. Air boards will use this. Oh, sure. I could see that. Interesting. It already has to race to enrage. Yeah. It's not a weapon. Just kind of awkward. Like, Bear is usually playing Obsidian Sigil, right? And if I want to enrage, don't I just want another weapon for this? Sled, Wing Sigil, Waystone. There's a build there. Is there? Maybe. What's making your sled fast? Steel Bramble. When your enemy uses an item, gain some rage. Is it gold starting now? Just removing it from the silver pool. Okay. I think I have only played this with Badger. Wolverine, CD8, 20 damage. Damage scaling is still kind of bad. I don't know. Maybe this makes, like, day 3 Wolverines a bit better. 1 second off the cooldown could matter. I don't know. Still doesn't seem great. Seems like such a minor change, too. It is just a buff at silver. Mac. Frozen Secrets. No longer the most embarrassing skill in the game. Nice. Calcinator. CD6 from 7, burn 8 from 6. No longer costs gold to generate a chunk. Okay. Okay. I was worried when I saw the 5 income being baseline now that Mac was going to struggle to not be Gigapoor. But this helps a lot. Also, maybe kind of a nice carry item. WTF. This isn't really like a WTF change. This is something they honestly could have done a while ago, but kind of important that they do now. Mac just felt so bad at 5 income. Gold nerf. Oh, sure. It also just makes it so that you don't feel bad about getting chunks of lead before you have a way to transform them. Like, you can buy Calcinator on spec and not feel like you have to sell it going into day 2. Was it 2 or 3 before? It cost 2 to get a chunk of lead. But yeah, like, it always felt really bad to buy Calcinator first. Even if gold is nerfed, you can snowball your economy from days 2 to 5. Not... What do you mean by snowball your economy? Like, for 4 spaces in your inventory, having Calcinator and a Catalyst Printer, you're getting, at bronze, 3 gold a day. At silver, 6 gold a day. Like, this isn't some crazy number. It's 1 more gold now than you were getting before. Just the risk is a bit lower, because you're not going to be spending money to generate the chunks of lead. Like, compared to other characters' econ, this still isn't that crazy. And you do need to be leaving open 6 spaces in your inventory. Like, 2 from Calcinator, 2 from the printer, and then a space for the chunk, a space for the catalyst. And you're also not using catalysts on something else, which is a huge cost on NAC. Money Tree is +3. Money Tree is +6 at bronze. You get 1 on level up, 1 on... It's also so much more than +6 because you get spare change in a bunch of other places too. Oh, really? When you crit, this and another item start flying. Oh, that's such a nice change. Thank you. Thank you. It's a really funny O'Reilly note. It's not a big deal, but it was so annoying when your board has a bunch of weapons and an owl, and you don't have great crit. You're expecting, like, your owl to fly one of your weapons in order to get a chain reaction going to fly the rest of your board. And your first crit just flies the fucking owl, and your board does nothing. And you're just, like, slow critting with your carpet to try to get something going. It just removes one of the annoying failure states, like, low probability failure states for the board. Quillanink. If this is not adjacent to a weapon, it has +1 multicast. Oh. You can just play this on every board now? Cool. I think it should just start flying. I mean, does it matter? I don't know. I guess if it started flying, then you could play it with Flying Potion a bit better. I don't know. Let her open a bottled lightning, first use procs, fly. Yeah. There were some obnoxious fail states. Rainbow Staff gets buffed, I guess. Is this the most irrelevant? No, second most irrelevant patch note. There's still the charcoal change. Retort, poison 8 from 6. Does not get a cooldown buff. Really? I guess a cooldown buff would be a nerf. Because then you couldn't line it up with Strength Pot. And Strength Pot's the reason these boards are ever playable. Ever. Huh. It's already 6? Yeah, but it was faster than the Calcinator, and now it's the same. But yeah, like, we can get any faster isn't even necessarily a buff. Weirdly. Spider Fern. Sure, just numbers. TSA is CD5 at all tiers. 100 damage. 30-60. Oh. I haven't been playing a lot of TSAs. I just haven't been playing the Mac weapon boards a lot. This is a pretty big buff at gold. Like, often on the TSA boards, the TSA is the win con. It kind of just felt like the boards that this was good on were kind of power crept, but maybe not. So, you know, yeah, like even when it was good, people didn't play it much. It is kind of an awkward item to get going because it doesn't play well with the things you expect it to play well with. You would think you want like fast poisons to make this good, but oftentimes the more poisons you have on your board, the worse this item is. Because you end up missing out on the big buffs because of ICDs. Like, you actively don't want to play this on your injection system boards. TSA is its own... Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Spider Mace slows and salts. When I played it before, it was usually TSA with the lifesteal self-poison thing so that you got more scaling. And then usually some fast item on TSA, and the rest of your board was just whatever. Bracer, yeah. TSA is more base poison poppy field. Yeah, kinda. I do think it's better early than poppy is, if you have the items for it. Like, I'd rather be playing a good TSA board on day 6 than a good poppy board on day 6. But as the game goes later, the better poppy gets. Like, I think Diamond Poppy is generally better than Diamond TSA. But I don't know how often you're pivoting your TSA into a Poppy. Because they do have slightly different asks. Like, you don't care about having a bunch of fast weapons with TSA. You want, like, a fast item and then another, like, 2 fast items next to it, a way to make the TSA itself fast. Like, a lot of the items that you're playing with TSA, other than Spider Mace, aren't really things that you want to play with Poppy. Throw net gains the trap type. Okay. Vat of Acid. We're nerfing Vat of Acid? Really? Huh. Why did they nerf that? Yeah, I don't know. Like, that wasn't, like, bad or anything, but... I didn't think it was a nerf target. There's more types than there used to be? I don't really think that matters. Oh. Oh, wait, is this just a numbers fix? Playing on tournament mode later. Tempo launcher players play on tournament mode. I have no idea. You're asking the wrong person. Ask a tempo person. Yeah, so this is a buff at diamond, a nerf at gold, but I think the idea is just to standardize the numbers. There's been a lot of that in the patch here. I'm a bit surprised they didn't just do 612. Industrialist skill. The CD of your properties and vehicles are reduced by 5-10%. Interesting. Get a faster jet this way. Oh, speaking of jet. When you use a property or vehicle, adjacent items gain crit chance. It's nice for jet. Speaking of things that are nice for jet. I guess these also matter for Skimmer, right? Skimmer gets pretty fast. Oh. Abacus gets some of its value in combat back. Sure. Oh. Also always gold speed. Huh. Balian Drum starts at silver tier. The menace has returned. Beast 1-2-3, damage buff 3-6-12. What is the current damage buff? It's 5 at gold, right? I don't know how scared I am of this. Are we back? I think we're back. Anyway, I was saying... I'm not sure how scared I am of this. I think very. I can't imagine that I'm ever going to beat a Jabalian Drum before day 6. Like, this used to get carried by Yo-Yo, but I think now it's just going to get carried by Pig's other silly bronze weapons. And if you see a Yo-Yo, even better. With 5-secondality. I guess you don't get full haste up time. All of plus launcher. Yeah, yeah. It's just the Hyper Greens board, but with drum instead of Hyper Greens. Which I guess leaves you room to play another weapon, too. Because you usually need Hyper Green and another medium. The drum mostly going to be unplayable. No. Yeah, you don't need to be that fast for an early mid-game item. It's still going to be bad in the, like, late game, but, like, nothing changes in that regard. But I mean, even now, like, day 6 drum on a weapons board is still worth buying. It'll win until day 8 or 9. Get me a drum at silver before, and it was a menace. Okay, to answer this question, remember when Steam Hose was good? The Stell item? And then we buffed Steam Hose pretty drastically since then. And, that item is not particularly playable. I don't know if you've noticed. The game has changed a lot since Jabalian Drum was at silver. My guess would be that it is still going to be a menace through the early game. But so are a lot of things. Like, I don't think it's out of line compared to other crazy items you can find at silver. Do I think this is a good direction for the game to be going, to keep making these crazy silver items? Probably not. But if we're gonna do it, whatever. Just throw drum in the mix. It's not gonna break the game more than flagship. Ledger. This is mostly a quality of life change. Ledger? Ledger getting a quality of life change? Wait, but this item's identity is having the least quality of life. Through every rework. This has been the worst item to play with. What item are we gonna make fun of now? Now gives value to both the leftmost and rightmost items. That's such a good change. Probably still Ledger. That's so nice. At least now if your board doesn't care about positioning, it's pretty easy to just leave things in the Ledger slots. When your deed just copied your highest value property that was mad easy to use. Yeah, but it wasn't called Ledger then. I feel like ever since Ledger has been Ledger, it has been the most annoying item in the game. And it's been reworked into the most annoying item like 3 times. Skyscraper. Multicast to base. From when you have 5 items or less, +1 multicast. That's cool. So now you don't have to play a board that dies to freeze when you want to play Skyscraper. I like that. I feel like this still doesn't solve the problem of it's never playable at gold, but... I don't know. Maybe that's not the problem. You can do keychains, textile stuff. Yeah, there were a lot of boards that I tried to play with Skyscraper where I'm just leaving a space empty on my board because I don't, like, I can't play another item. I think my last Skyscraper board, I had 2 open slots on my board. Holds it back as the cooldown. Yeah, yeah. The cooldown combined with being so bad to freeze as well. Like, the cooldown and being forced to have, like, 2 cooldowns in play. Like, the pig changes, he was already in a really good spot, and now some bad lines are buffed. Oh, you really like the pig changes. Yeah, yeah. Anything to make me not just want to play Crook in every single game is a welcome change. I do think, like, the value lines are interesting. You just never want to play the value lines, because they're worse than the max HP lines. I don't know if this solves that problem. But, like, I've kind of felt for the last few months that Skyscraper is just a bad version of Double Whammy. Hammock is much better than Crook? No. Even before Hammock got nerfed, Crook was better than Hammock. You have better matchups across the board. Hammock, you could, like, have the nuts and just hit bad matchups or... and, like, still lose because you're just a defensive scaling board and you find someone that scales a little bit too much damage and you die. Crook just kind of doesn't have very many bad matchups if you're hitting. Escaper's only good in certain situations, like if you already have crazy value and some way to haste. Yeah, it's just like the situations where Skyscraper is good, I'd rather be playing Whammy. Like, it's kind of the same board, but instead of spending a bunch of spaces to add value to Skyscraper to have your Skyscraper have enough outputs, you instead get to put, like, Belt on your board and have more HP to buy time for the Whammy to activate while getting damage. Like, on Whammy, the items that you're playing to get damage on your Whammy do multiple things, where in Skyscraper, the only thing they're doing is getting you more damage. Full pacifist hammock is bad. I think they're both equally bad, just in different matchups. I shouldn't say bad, but I think it's worse than Crook. And the pivots out are way worse than Crook's pivots out. Like, both boards are usually getting through the early game with 4 or 5 wins, assuming that you hit your board. But the things that you get to do off of Crook are better than the things that you get to do out of Hammock. For Hawkwash endgame, you can, then you, like, miss your enchant and things feel bad. Like, I think that I've 10-winned every game that I've started Crook on Pig this patch. Not that I've played a ton, but I think I'm like 8-0 or 9-0. Yeah, like, Pig has 3 very strong early games. Like, Pig might legitimately be the best early game character. Between the showcase boards, the weights board, like the showcase weights boards, whatever you want to call those, the Crook board, and the Hammock board, I think he has 3 boards that are all very competitive in the early game, and I think Crook is the best overall early game board. Like, in the entire game. And Showcase might be second, like, unironically. The rare burn line. Yeah, you've got, like, some fringe lines where you get a bunch of cinders or whatever. Or, like, you find a day 2 T-set. I've been disappointed by Showcase, personally. I think Showcase wants to have an enchanted weapon. But if you get enchanted small weapon for Showcase, it's very good. Crook is bad day 1 if you don't hit Lumbor. Yeah, I agree. Crook day 1 isn't that exciting. It gets very good day 2, day 3. It really picks up on day 3. And it's not like it's bad day 1. Like, you can often just bench the Crook, play, like, Dog Lumbors as your day 1 board. I guess if you have Lumbors, you just play the Crook, but... Doesn't Karnak eat you, though, early? No? Yeah, Regal's great. You're usually questing it on day 2. Is Showcase or Sponsored Apparel better? They're very different items. Like, Showcase is a bronze, Sponsored Apparel is a silver. Sponsored Apparel enables stuff like Hypergreens. Hypergreens is way better than Showcase. But, again, it's silvers. Generally, when we're talking about early games, we're not talking about silver items. Silver items are not part of the early game. Or at least once we start talking about silver items, we're not talking about, like, standard early game lines. Yeah, I think both weights and showcase, I only really am excited to play if I get an enchanted weapon. But when you have an enchanted weapon that's getting some scaling output, specifically like shield or heal as an enchant, I think it's one of the better things to be doing in the early game across the whole cast. Like, heal enchant makes weights a lot better, shield enchant makes showcase a lot better. The silver and gold. You start seeing silver items on day 2, and you start seeing gold items on day 6. But, like, finding a specific silver item is... it takes a while. When do you take weights early? If it's the first scaling item I see, and I'm thinking that I'm going to be in a board that wants a scaling item, I'll usually just buy a weights. I'm excited to see a weights after I get a healing enchanted small. But, like, it's... saying that, like, Hypergreens is a good early game is like saying Flagship is a good early game. Like, yeah, if you get a day 2 Flagship, you have the nuts, but... you wouldn't talk about Flagship like an early game item, even if you do sometimes get it in the early game. It's just not something you expect to be able to hit. Where the bronze items you expect to be able to hit. If I'm trying to assemble Showcase plus Pickles Launcher, I can do that in most of my day 2s. CDR no longer has item count restrictions. Cool. VIP pass. Haste your highest value item. Wait. What? What's the cooldown on this? 5? Huh. So Pig gets a built-in haste item for his money furnace. But it's worse than the off-class ones. It's really good for Hypergreens. It's cool with Premium Pickles. Is it good with Hypergreens? I guess it's like half of a sponsored apparel. Huh. Good for max HP cash cannon stuff. Maybe. It's better than Premium Pickles for greens. Yeah, that's probably a better way of looking at it. Because whatever you're putting next to the greens probably isn't going to be much faster than Premium Pickles activating every 4. But you do also get a little bit of haste out of it. Paste your whammy with no adjacency restrictions, so you can run Gramophone. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. It is kind of slow haste. Like, 5 seconds is a lot slower than 4 seconds for your first haste when you compare this to a cog. But it's on class versus off class. Should pass is fast enough for the late stages of what Whammy wants to do. Yeah, maybe. That said, Whammy boards are often going to have room for just a filler item. It's going to be a lot harder to find Icicle to be that filler item, too. With Icicle being a silver now. I think this is mostly big for Money Furnace. Did we already still? Nope. But yeah. Fairly few changes to Pig. Is it the least changes so far? Oh, Karnak also didn't get very many. Jules got 1 billion. Dooley got a ton, too. I think this might be the most changes I've ever seen on a character, and I still have no interest in playing the character. Oh, no. When did that turn into the biggest Jules hater? Was it Spice Rack? I think it might have been Spice Rack. Stell, Master Mechanic. Renamed from Repair Mechanic, Stell only repairs items. Okay. Balloon Engine. A little better at Silver. I mean, a free Cinder on Silver Balloon Engine's kind of a big deal. You're having more fun on Pig than Jules? Yeah, for the last few patches, I've had more fun on Pig than Jules. Birdcage gets nerfed. Sure. I'm a little surprised. Did they just want to... No, the numbers were already fine. Huh. I guess it's a bit too much when you got an early birdcage. But... I don't know, early silvers just are insane. What's the point of this? Like, is an early birdcage that much crazier than getting an early Jabalian drum? What are we doing? The cost of replacement is also a lot lower than it used to be with the tethers buff last patch. I feel like such a weird time to be doing this. Boom Boom Bot. Tech type. Damage 80. The scaling is better at Gold and Diamond. Okay. Eject button. Sure. Flamejet drone gains the tech type. What does that matter for? So now it's a tech tool vehicle? Or is this one not a vehicle? Wait. No, Flamejet's not a vehicle. It's a tool drone vehicle. Or tool drone tech. Grabinator. CD76 from 8-7. This will be fun for tournament mode. Ah, yes. Grabinator in synchronous lobbies. Wish for more items. When you sell this, give your leftmost X type. I don't know. I think tags are generally supposed to be kind of difficult to get extras of. Like, we've got some skills that do that. There's a whole event around giving things tags. We just die to Ammo Vanessa before Grabinator goes off. Sometimes. It depends. There are ways to speed it up. It's a tool. Hang glider, base damage down. Is there a change to airplane glue too? No. Okay. Okay. Yep, that sure is a nerf. The flagship. I think it's even more embarrassing than the flagship nerf because it has built-in scaling too. Like, at least with flagship, it doesn't scale itself as its main damage. Like, sure, you're usually also getting some secondary scaling with airplane glue or the other thing that when an item starts flying, it gains damage. Or both. But, like, taking away base damage on items like this just looks so silly. Yeah, gyro gun sight. Inflate meal scaling up at gold and diamond. Sure. Kite CD4 from 5. I have no idea what this lets you do. I feel like my issue with Kite hasn't really been its cooldown as much as I just never want to put this on any boards. Yeah, I don't know what is interested in this at 4. It's still slower than the flies that you want to have. Oh, I guess it lines up better with Clockwork Blade, Clockwork Disc. Maybe. I don't know. Ball Blaster +5 burn at silver. We're just buffing the blaster. Okay. I don't think this is a huge deal or anything, but I don't know. Blaster's not bad. Ornithopter no longer gives flying items damage. Fair. Fair. It really didn't need that text. It was already the best fly start item in the game. Music a bit loud. Is it? I think it just depends on the track. Some tracks are louder than others. It looks about right when I look at the levels. Oxygen mask, just whenever you use any item. Cool, I guess. I never played Inflate Meal on a board. Yeah, early game, it's honestly kind of good. It's really good on Balloon Engine boards. It gets pretty big. Like, once you fly your whole board, which, like, let's say you get, like, 5 flies before 6 seconds. All of a sudden, at 6 seconds, this is healing for, like, 300. And when you're flying it gets hasted. So then at, like, 10 seconds, you're getting another, like, heal 500. You rarely get to play it because it's a silver item, and there's not that many boards that are interested in it, but nerf feels weird. It's not a nerf, though. This is a buff. At all tiers? Versus APR, kind of good. Yeah, yeah. It's just like APR boards often don't want it because they want more fly start, but if you're desperate for the defense and you have enough fly elsewhere, you can. Debuff is nice. The issue with MBB is you buy random tools that no late boards want. Yeah, kinda. The nice thing about Ball Blaster, though, is once you get those boards, you don't need to spend money anymore. Like, there's barely anything you can hit that improves the board anymore. So you get to either save money or just buy things on spec. So, like, even though the items that you're playing on your Ball Blaster board don't pivot into very much, you often end up in a really good spot on day 6 anyway, because either you have stuff that is flexible on your bench, or you just have, like, 40 gold in the bank. Like, maybe has the same issue as a weapon tool jewels. Well, again, I think the difference there is that weapon tool jewels needs to be buying upgrades to its board to stay strong. Where a Ball Blaster, just like once you get your blaster going, there's not really much that you gotta spend money on. Like, you can get by on Silver Ball Blaster and a bunch of small tools at Bronze for the first 5 days pretty easily. Oxygen tank gets a slight buff. Sure. Pilot's wings. The current design is limited use, has limited use, and too many restrictions. When you use a flying item, haste it? Excuse me? What does this do? Is it just a passive item now? I think so? They simplified it. They sure did rework it. Huh. That's a silver item, too. That's a cloak for your entire board. I guess, or a piano for your entire board. Huh. I mean, it is kind of different than headset, right? Like, headset improves your start time. This doesn't ever improve your start time. But there's probably boards that just play both, right? Headset's when you start flying. Yeah, yeah. Just like always once it flies. Yeah, but you need to activate first before Wings does anything. Or like, a big part of what makes headset so strong is that your Ornithopter triggers the haste on their item that you care about activating. This, you need to activate the item first before you're getting more haste. Yeah, does seem insane with Swallowtail. You still have the issue of needing to fix your outputs with Swallowtail, but I actually don't know how much this helps for Swallowtail. I don't know the time you're ICDing this anyway. I could see it being big on like hang glider boards for sure. Though, I guess for hang glider board, it's the same as headset. It gets you haste for your second activation on Skyliner, but that's kind of whatever. Yeah, I don't know what wants this off the top of my head, but that is a powerful line of text. Recycler bot gains the tech type. Interesting. Is this still not a drone? It's getting the tech type before it gains the drone type. Okay. Vortex cannon builds. Yeah, I guess. Hanger boards for the pilot wings. Oh, I could see that. Yeah, that makes sense. Steam Washer gets nerfed at bronze, buffed at silver. Okay. I guess that's fine. It's 2 free cinders at silver. I feel like this was already one of the better early lines when you hit one of the multiple good silver items for it. I wonder if this and the balloon engine change just make this a more reasonable baseline line. Ooh, Vortex Cannon to 4 at gold. A lot easier to play the cannon lines. And then Windbreaker. Buffed at diamond. Okay. Wait, this isn't even the scaling, right? It's just numbers. Passes. I don't know why I'm worried about it. Vanessa, Ice Bullets. No longer the most embarrassing ammo skill in the game. Back to reasonable outputs. Calico gets a little bit more damage. Crits for 40 now. Windbreaker doesn't have scaling? Wait, doesn't it? I thought it got bigger when you flew an item. Yeah. Catfish gets better. Catfish gets better. Catfish gets better. Maybe a bit much for EDC? Wait, what? Guys, this skill existed already, like, not that long ago. It's not like this is brand new. It just got nerfed into the ground. I think it was even better before, right? Was it 510 before? Charge a freeze. Oh, shit, wait. It got reworked. Never mind. Wait, did the other one get reworked too and I just missed it? It did. I mean, it's another way to charge EDC. I don't know how you're getting enough multi on the EDC, though. Like, it's probably just... Oh, yeah, you have to cut the crab, too. Yeah, no, that's not a thing. Back one's probably nice for Tomb. Yeah, maybe. Hard to make EDC everywhere? Are they? I don't think it's even that crazy for EDC. Like, this is worse than the slow charge skills for EDC. Put it proc on all the dive weights. Yeah. Every multi would trigger it. Worse than slow charge skills with extra redundancy? Yeah. Yeah. But, like, it's extra redundancy in a way that is also worse. Because you're never playing EDC without Crab. And Crab would steal half your charge. It's probably more just... If you get this, you can throw a ice pick on your board. What's it called? The 4-second item that freezes. And you get another fast weapon. That gives you some interaction. Yeah, like, I think it's generally going to be ice pick. The skill to benefit off-class freeze items? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Yeah, Calico, Catfish. I already use Ice Pick anyway. Yeah, Ice Pick is a reasonable filler item. Especially on boards that just want to play a bunch of weapons. It's not terrible interaction, especially if you have haste for it. For the things that care about how many weapons you have in play, it's like extra crit or a little bit of extra damage. 4-second item. Yeah, it's often a 2-second item too, because you're hasting it. Gets faster off your holsters. I will say I played it a lot less since holsters went to diamond, but it does go on the holsters boards. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Catfish did kind of fall off a cliff, and now it falls off a little bit less. I could see wanting to buff the early aquatic boards, because people are playing weapons more than aquatics. I don't know. It wouldn't be my first choice of a buff target, but it's not crazy. Cauterizing Blade, burns 6 from 2. Scaling gets more burn. Okay. It's 50% more burn at silver? Or at gold. 33% more at silver. No, wait. Yeah, 50% more at all tiers. Chum scales aquatic, food, and crit chance. From aquatic only. Cool on Jules. I'm not really sure what the flavor is of the scaling food. But mechanically, I guess... I guess when you get this off of Chef's Hat, it becomes more of an item. Does it have relevant foods? I think it's just ambergris. Oh, I guess ambergris was already aquatic, though. So no. Scales itself when enchanted. But it already did that because it was aquatic, right? Seaweed. Oh, is seaweed a food? Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. Wait, but it was already aquatic, so it also doesn't matter. Hold up, we can... Vanessa... Okay, yeah, that's it. Wait, ambergris isn't the food? Oh, ambergris is a relic, right? Right. Dart launcher, ammo 3, remove damage and weapon tags. Remove adjacency requirements from slow and poison. Okay. Why? I don't know what the purpose of this is. So it no longer deals damage. Well, they did say remove damage. They're just being extra clear. No, it's just a slow poisoned ammo item. Yeah, but like what board wants that? I'm not going to say that I played a lot of Dart Launcher. Scimitar? Does it? Wouldn't Scimitar prefer current Dart Launcher? Weatherglass? Okay, I guess it's probably better for Weatherglass. Dart Launcher always felt awkward. I agree with that. I sometimes played it at Gold or Diamond as a filler item. You would like throw it next to your Clamora, usually ignore the poison tag, and just get a little bit more interaction on a weapon. But like usually I was playing this because it was a weapon that gave me a bit of interaction. It doesn't matter if you get it early, the longer a late game board than some insane setup. Yeah. I've kind of found that Weatherglass stops being a thing before the early game is over, but yeah, maybe. It's like really good when you get it on day 2, day 3, and then by like day 4, day 5, you're not even ahead of curve anymore. Granted, I haven't played it much. Needs conflag or something. Yeah, maybe. Flagship. We're doing this again. I want to be a fly on the wall. It's like, if you want to nerf flagship, you have to nerf the scaling skills. This doesn't matter. Flagship could be 0, and while I guess it would make it harder to buy the flagship, it would still be almost as good late. Is there a tournament mode public playtest? Supposedly, if you read the patch notes. It's not available yet. The flagship was barely playable. Flagship is probably one of the best items in the game. It's a silver item that you can still be playing on day 14, day 15 as your primary carry. You genuinely think flagship? You're just incorrect. Flagship is so crazy. Like, it's not crazy because you throw a flagship on your board and, like, you don't scale it in any way, but, like, you play flagship with Cyber Sai, or Scimitar, or Iron Sharpens Iron, or Nesting Doll Loaded Fury. And there are so many ways to get flagship to the point where you're either one-shotting or getting a very quick second shot. Sim and Sai are good. I mean, you need something to carry the buffs. And flagship is the best way to carry the buffs. Or at least the easiest way to carry the buffs. And again, it's not just Sim or Sai. It's like anything that gives you plus damage. If we ever drift away from skill-based damage scaling again, flagship will probably feel this accumulated loss. Yeah, there's just... I don't know. I feel like if you want to nerf flagship, you gotta nerf the things that actually make flagship good. Is this Scimitar of the Deep we're talking about? Yes. The poison thing. No problem with flagship being in a ditch for a few patches. Sure. I mean, the issue now is, like, it's one of the best items in the game, and this is just such a silly nerf to it. Because it just doesn't change the conditions in which it's good, right? Like, base damage flagship already sucks. It's just... flagship combined with other things goes insane. Much slower than other options on Nessa. I mean, it gets to play Captain's Wheel for free. Like, flagship is fast. Like, it is not that rare that you get a flagship that activates at 3 seconds and triggers on ICD for the rest of the fight. Whether you're doing that with, like, charge skills, Bloodhound, or you have enough CDR stacked. Because that's the other thing, when you get it early, it's easier to just, like, throw a bunch of insect wings and feathers on it. Unlike gold carry items that you're getting later, that you don't get to use your early feathers and wings on. You do? Yeah, but it's so much easier to get a flagship going. Like, when you're playing Blunderbuss, not only do you have to solve for damage like you have to with flagship, and solve for crit like you have to with flagship, but you also need to find the ammo. You also need to find the thing that lets you trigger on start of combat. Blunder isn't ultra high setup. It kind of is. If we're comparing it to flagship, there's, like, the same things you have to solve as flagship, plus, like, 2 more things. Needs infinite? It's not infinite, but you're going to need ammo if you're not infinite. Or you're going to need crazy damage scaling, in which case, you're also winning with flagship. Getting ammo is so easy. it's still another thing you have to do. And not really. Like, the first gunpowder is pretty easy, but the first gunpowder is often not enough. If you want start of combat, you gotta find the magma core. That's also not easy. And if you're not start of combating, you're not actually faster than the flagship board. Start combat is very easy for Fry. You can go to every curio if you want to. Yeah, but even curio's not that good at getting it for you. What are the odds of curio showing you a magma core? It's the same odds as rocket boots, right? That's gotta be like 20% or worse. And yeah, obviously in this patch, you're not gonna get it there. I don't know. I almost never play the blunder. Like, also the thing about flagship is the flagship board before you have the crazy flagship stuff online is so much better than the half blunderbuss boards. Like, the half blunderbuss boards don't exist. You're just like benching blunderbuss and hoping to get something together. Where like if you buy a mediocre flagship, it's still good tempo. Why is my tech awful? But yeah, I imagine the reason that they're nerfing it again is that the win rate on this item is still very high. But I also don't think that this is how you're supposed to nerf this item. Grappling hook. CD6 from 7. 2 targets, all tiers. Haste? Oh, wait. It doesn't slow anymore. What? What in the flavor fail are we doing? Hello? I guess nothing about grappling hook. It doesn't even feel like a haste item either, though. Like, I guess it's not really a slow item. Grappling hook is a mobility. Yeah, but it's not fast, right? Like, there's nothing hasty about it. What niche does it fill? I mean, it's gonna be maybe nice on... No, it's still too slow for Cauterizing Blade. I don't know. It is a lot of hastes. It's silver item. It's silver. It's giving you 4 seconds of haste spread out across your board. Makes more sense to slow with shrimp early. Yeah. I don't know. It's a 6-second weapon that gives you speed. It's just a strength item, right? Like, it's better with the pile of small weapons board, like Shark Claws, as a haste item. Just very weird patch note to read out of the blue. It'll definitely be used, yeah. I mean, it's a bronze item. Grapple is in the name. Yeah, that was my initial reaction, but then I thought about it a bit. Like, yeah, I guess it's called grappling hook, but it doesn't actually grapple the target. Ice Pick is buffed at Diamond. Okay, sure, whatever. Jite is better at Diamond. Cool. Mantis Shrimp. Damage scaling is way better at Diamond. and doubled at gold. Burn scaling is better at silver. Huh. I haven't really been playing much Mantis Shrimp. I do lose to it pretty frequently, even now. It's not like I think Mantis Shrimp is the super high ceiling board, but it's easy to get a good enough Mantis Shrimp board. Like, I'm usually losing to this when my board is stumbling. But I don't know. It is a lot better at silver. Ship-to-ship boarding operations, exactly what grappling hooks did. Attach to ships so they won't separate. It's not a... Oh, I assumed it was for, like, climbing up onto the ship. Not for preventing separation. Mantis real. Well, I think it's already kind of real. I'm a little surprised to see it buffed. Mr. Richardson. Better at diamond. Better at diamond. Sure. Like, the hard part with Mantis is just getting enough slows for it early. Like, Mantis with just Illusoray didn't really feel like enough. But if you had Illusoray and one more slow item, it kind of was. Maybe now it's good enough with just Illusoray. So what, you'll have 20, 40, 60, 60 damage, and 12 burn. Eh. You still probably want more. Or need more. You're hasting the Illusoray, maybe? Don't know how you're doing that. Nesting Doll gains 1 ammo at start of day for all rarities. Okay, so no longer is this just a pile of ammo for Loaded Fury. Shield equal to 5, 10, 15 times this item's ammo. And its shield output's kind of real. Okay. No, I mean, this is nerfing one of the egregious damage skills. I'm okay with that. Powderhorn CD to 3 from 4. The rare 1 of 50 games you found the skill. Isn't it not that hard to find? I don't know, like, I'm almost never going for it, but I'm just not in the ammo lines enough to want to click on the ammo vendor on the off chance of hitting Nesting Doll, but... Ramrod to 4. Okay. But this matters late game a bit, right? This is kind of a nerf to the blunderbuss boards. It's a nerf to rifle. This means trying to downplay their strength. Wait, are they? What? What is in 3 skill shops? Ammo, weapon, and Nessa? That sounds about right. This is... I don't know how much this matters, but I imagine it matters a bit. Like, again, it is easier to find the large ammo items at Curio now, with there being 5 less things in the pool. And maybe those items want to play Powderhorn more than they want to play Ramrod anyway. This might be a buff to those crazy starts. There's a little bunch of Exodia you don't care. Yeah, but like actual Exodia for Blunderbuss, like if we're talking about the actual Exodia port, that is a lot of work. Like that's almost never coming together. Almost every time you're hitting these boards, you're like killing them on the first Ramrod activation because you need that reload. What did Curio lose? All the start of combat items. No Icicle, Magma Core, all that stuff. I don't think anyone in chat was saying that this flagship nerf is significant. I think there was an argument of like how good flagship is overall. I don't think anyone was saying that this is a nerf that does something to flagship. Uh-oh, sure. Oh, we're almost at the end. It's almost over. Seaweed. Heal scaling up. Okay. Well, up by the time Seaweed's no longer on your board. Are they also trying to rework Drone Crusher? Oh yeah, they did say they were going to rework Drone Crusher. What happened to that? Stealth Glider, you take 25% less damage. Your flying items have their CDs reduced by 1 second. And it still flies things. Welcome back, Ornithopter. You're probably way more reasonable as a large item. Flies random items, or is it adjacent? Random items. But old Ornithopter, it was so insane that that item existed. Yeah. More excited to off-plat. Yeah, like, this really wants targeted fly. And Vanessa doesn't really have good targeted fly. There's the 5-second item, Flying Fish. Do you use smalls? This is just a flat 25. It doesn't care about how many things are flying anymore. Hoverboard? This does... Yes, okay. So... I don't actually know where to go from here. I don't know what the board is. If you go like Stealth Glider Katana, that's the same as just Hasting Katana. I guess it's like Stealth Glider... Okay, wait. Stealth Glider Cutlass Hoverboard. And then Haste the Cutlass. That gets you a 1-second Cutlass. That's still not getting you anywhere. Yeah, because you still need adjacency for damage. Swash. You could swash. .5, not 1. Oh, yeah. That's... That would be how that works. It didn't remove Defender's Flame. Did you have to remind me? Oh, I'm gonna tilt out over that, aren't I? Defender's Flame rules. Defender's Flame is the most egregiously powerful skill at Silver in the entire game. Also, it does not give more build options. It makes you play items that you already want to play, and you just get insane outputs out of it. It's like no work for the best burn scaling skill in the entire game. What makes you say that? Sponsored apparel, Banu leaves. Just like these items that you're already playing on your burn board that go insane. It's insanely busted on Pig. Sponsored apparel, there's igloo boards. It's better on Pig than it is on Jules. And it's insane on Jules. Yeah, basket. Yeah, it's just like you play items that you're playing already, and it gives you better burn scaling than you get out of items. Yeah, it's better than pre-nerf Toxic Flame, and people complained that Toxic Flame was too good. At least Toxic Flame made you change your board. More ways to scale differently is nice. Yeah, but it's just not a different way, right? You're just playing the board that you're playing already, and it's getting more outputs. Like, that was how I defended Toxic Flame for the longest time. Like, I was cool with Toxic Flame because it made you build your board in a different way. You weren't usually putting poison items on your burn board or burn items on your poison board. You got crazy outputs out of it, but at least you kind of worked for it. With Defender's Flame, you're not even making changes to your board. Yeah. And like compare it to Conflagration, which was previously kind of the premium scaling burn skill early. Kind of weird that Nessa doesn't get Defender's Toxins. Oh. I also didn't know she didn't get Defender's Flames. Flag looks like a joke compared to Defender's Flames. Yeah, like the only thing that compares is the crit one. And the crit one's so much more work to make it good. Like, sure, you usually want to be critting on your burn board anyway. But at least you gotta work for it. Oh my god. Dirt. Wait, where is it? The crit reference? Oh my god. I don't know what it's called. This one. Oh, it's also gold starting. Like, this is worse than Defender's Flames by a lot. And it's gold starting. And it's also insane. Like, also one of the best burn scaling skills in the game. Defender Slam, your burn board can be one shielded round. Yeah. I had a run on Pig where I was playing Matchbox and Incendiary rounds. Just randomly on my board because I had a Silk. I was playing like a Silk Spike Shield board with just Matchbox Incendiary rounds, and I would randomly throw like 200 burn on my opponent because I had Defender's Flames. It wasn't even a good Defender's Flames board. The drone vehicle one's pretty good on Stell. Yeah, it is. It is. I this skill just tilts me so hard. There's like no other thing where I see my opponent's board loading in on like day 5. I see a Defender's Flames, I just put my hands up like, oh, I guess this fight's over. This skill is just so unbeatable in the early game. Anywhere that the level up freezer. Wait, also for jewels, did they say anywhere that the level up freezer changes now too? Yeah. You get to pick on level 3 what you get. Okay, well, so Defender's Flame crash out aside. And in general, none of the busted skills really getting nerfed crash out aside. You get 2 coolers in the first 2 days. Yes. There's something at the bottom? Wait, did I? Oh. Oh. So we're getting the... I guess this is our next hero teaser. Ready to rock. This riff burns the house down. Musician with dragons. I mean, there is a dragon. I'd like to point out that with the new freezer change for jewels, Defender's Flame, It Noodles, and Pepper is just a hilarious meme. Yeah, I mean, Defender's Flame on jewels is already just, you win the first 6 days for free. Wait, what's wrong with Lighthouse? Yeah, I don't know. Lighthouse just needs... It's not that easy to scale Lighthouse, but if you have the scaling for Lighthouse, it can still be okay. We decided which hero you play in tournament. I think Dooley. I don't know. I think Dooley's already pretty good, and this... Buff to Wallace looks insane. I think Dooley has a lot of items that are interesting in tournament mode, too. Stuff like Hacksaw. I think Dooley's also generally been my best character. But yeah. Should be fun. Should be fun. Anyways, I think that's going to be it for the stream tonight. I will be back in, what is it, like 7 hours? For the tournament mode test. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Let's see if anyone else is reading some patch notes. Nope, just people actually playing the game. Okay, let's send it over to Gameplay and Headquarters. See you guys in 7 hours.